straight in there as Q. And then the page numbers presumably 3. You managed to get that off.
Good afternoon, Ms. Low.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. O'Sullivan.
Thank you.
Chair, we are ready to lead the testimony of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. Mr. O'Sullivan would like to take the oath.
Mr. O'Sullivan, please state your full names for the record.
Sorted.
Please state your full names for the record.
Paul O'Sullivan.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. O'Sullivan, you should have before you 2 files, a small file and a fairly biggish file. The first small file should read on the spine statement.
Correct.
So that's the one file containing a statement. And the second file contains the various annexures that you reference in your statement.
That's correct.
If then we could turn our attention to the small file. The small file indicates that it contains the statement of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. It's a 29-page document. If you could turn to page 1 up to 29, and it is signed and dated the 17th of June 2026. Do you confirm that is the statement you prepared for purposes of your testimony to the Commission today?
100%.
And do you stand by the contents of this statement?
Absolutely.
Before we start, I think I should point out to you probably a process that you know we adopt at the Commission, which is for some time we allow the witness to speak freely to the contents of their statement before there is any meaningful engagement. And when the witness gets to the conclusion of that exercise, then we sort of go over the statement again and re-engage. You and I this afternoon are under significant time pressures, and I would like you to confirm that we have agreed on a slightly different approach, which you believe doesn't prejudice you or in any manner would undermine your testimony. And which is, instead of you speaking uninterrupted through your statement, that we shall do so per topic, because the topics that you traverse in the statement are independent and standalone topics. And in the course of engaging on any single topic, the commissioners are welcome to engage with you, and you will take questions. But before that happens, you'll be provided with an opportunity to summarize that particular topic and highlight those aspects that you believe are important. And thereafter, then the engagement will begin. Does that accord with our discussion and agreement?
Yes, Commissioners, it was agreed that in order to try and truncate the evidence that I give, we should try and rattle through it as quickly as we can, topic by topic.
Thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan. Commissioners, I trust that would also find favor with the commissioners, that approach.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Turning then, Mr. O'Sullivan, to your statement, you open your statement by giving an introduction and your profile, which you have annexed as Annexure A. This speaks to your background, your qualifications, and professional trajectory. Would you like to turn to that document, Annexure A, your profile?
As the annex.
And yes, it's your Annexure A. And highlight from that document such aspects that you think are particularly relevant to bring to the attention of the commissioners. That, if I may, that would be at your page 1 of the big file.
That's correct.
Yes.
Commissioners, I can just say briefly that if you have a look at page 2 thereof, you will see that my crime-fighting efforts go back some 40 or 50 years, in fact. So 1978, I received an award from Scotland Yard for preventing a crime in place and arresting a suspect. And then there's a whole lot of other annexes, we don't need to go through them, which will demonstrate that for the last 36 years in South Africa, I have been involved as a good citizen, attempting to play my part. My late father used to say, if a country is good enough to live in, it's good enough to fight for. And I took that quite literally when I joined the police back in 1990, which is now 36 years ago. And I gave of my time freely on a regular basis. Most reservist police officials would put in between 8 and 15 or 8 and 20 hours a month. You were required to do 8. I regularly did 60 to 80 hours a month. Not because I was bored, but because I had business activities which compensated me very well. And I just wanted to give something back to the community. And during that first, shall we say, 10 or 12 or 14 years, I made a number of arrests as a police official. And in fact, I was shot on duty 3 times. So I went through the rigmarole of doing what I did, and then I started focusing on drug cartels, and I also started focusing on organized crime insofar as corruption is concerned. And my career in the police came to a rapid end when I was dismissed by then Commissioner of Police Jackie Salebi, and the rest of it after that is history. I decided to open an investigation into Commissioner Salebi. And as is known, he was found guilty of corruption and sent to jail for 15 years. And on after that, commissioners, I got involved in further crime-fighting activities, not as a police official, but as a volunteer. I formed a charity called Forensics for Justice, which I financed myself. And Forensics for Justice focused on dealing with corruption within the criminal justice system. And we're not talking here about a traffic cop asking for a bribe to avoid charging you for speeding. We're talking about serious corruption at general level within the police and at high level within the prosecution service. And those activities have been going on for another 15 years after the Jackie Salebi matter was finalized. And while all that was going on, commissioners, it should be pointed out that I'm actually an engineer by profession, and I've been running my own property business both here and overseas, which has been my main form of income, property development and property speculation. But the reality is I've been able to sustain my activities and sustain the activities of Forensics for Justice. And I think, unless you've got any questions, I'd like to leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan.
Sorry, just Mr. O'Sullivan, your involvement in the SAPS, I see at page 4 of that bundle, there's a letter from the SAPS which speaks to your position that you hold, and this is an SAPS letter. It says you currently, as a date of that letter, at least, which is 97 June 26, that you hold the position of lecturer. You see where I'm reading?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Is this what you employed? Were you ever operational at any point?
In fact, at the time that I was a lecturer at the Police Training Centre, I was also carrying out policing at the airport in the border police. So there was a reservist unit at the airport, which I helped form, which comprised of about 35 volunteer members. And I selected people that spoke different languages so that we could have some impact on the crimes that were taking place at the airport. But during the period in question here, I was the head lecturer at the Police Training Centre, and in fact, one of the other pages, you will see that one of my students, in fact, on the next page, page 5, one of my students was the now President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa. So it gives you an idea of the sort of activity we were involved in.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Thanks, Commissioner Baloyi. And before we leave your CV at page 1, just to clarify, you indicate that having previously worked as an engineer, you are also or was a police officer for many years. Was that in South Africa or in the UK or both?
No, it was overseas. So I was in the United Nations Police for a spell. I was working for the British government. I was seconded to the United Nations Police, and that ultimately I ended up being seconded for a period to the BSAP, which was the police in what was then called Rhodesia, it's now called Zimbabwe.
But you were never a police officer in the SAP or SAPS?
Correct.
Thank you. We then invite us to turn to the content of your statement. At page 1, you have listed under 8 topics the areas you would like to testify to.
Yep.
You start, on my understanding, with paragraph 1.1, which are general comments to the nature of the testimony you'll be giving.
Yep.
I invite you then to speak to the contents of paragraph 1.1 or to read them into the record if it suits you better.
Thank you, Commissioners. What I've done to speed this process up is I've gone through my statement and highlighted what I consider to be the relevant, vital components. So 1.1, I've used the headline, penetration of the criminal justice system by organised crime is not new. And then I've said, despite General Mkhwanazi's dramatic press conference where he purported to blow the whistle on infiltration of the criminal justice system by organised crime, criminals have been able to successfully penetrate the criminal justice system long before 6th of July 2025. There are many instances of such, and I will deal with some very well-known matters below. And then I've said the point needs to be clear. This is not a new phenomenon. It's been going on for very many years. Not only is it not new, but it will also be my evidence that General Mkhwanazi has known about the links between organised crime and the police for many years. It's not something he suddenly became aware of last year. I will also testify that one of the cornerstones of General Mkhwanazi's complaint, interference by the Minister of Police, is something that happened way back in 2011, at which time General Mkhwanazi elected to unlawfully comply with said ministerial interference. And I'll come back to that later, Commissioners.
Thank you. Just 2 questions for me before we move to the next topic. You suggest that, as you call it, the penetration of criminal justice system by organized crime is not new. Would it be a fair comment to say, at least on this score, you agree with General Mkhwanazi? That his testimony was that over a period of time, the criminal justice system appears to have been infiltrated by organized crime.
Yes.
And he testified to the extent he went to try and shine light on the problem. So, because you say it's not a new phenomenon, just on that aspect, I just want to find out if technically then you agree with General Mkhwanazi in that regard.
My area of divergence is that it's not new. Of course, General Mkhwanazi brought it up on 6th of July last year, but it's nothing new. In fact, I've given an example of the 1990s, when the head of organised crime in KZN, Superintendent Piet Meyer, was sent to prison for 10 years for colluding with drug traffickers. So it's not new. It's been going on for a long, long time.
What's the point of diverging? What are you seeking to establish, or what are you seeking to convey to us by diverging on this?
Commissioner, if one looks at, and later we will come to it because I've had the media conference of General Mkunazi transcribed. If one looks at the transcript, it looks like, wow, this is something that's going on, it's just happening. But actually it's been going on for donkey's years. And to have it suddenly thrust into the public eye on the 6th of July last year, I will be later explaining that, in my opinion, that actually there's another motive for what happened last year, and we'll come to that later, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. And in fact, the point about Senior Superintendent Pete Mayer you make at your page 3, at the top of page 3, that first paragraph, what you just alluded to. Mayor,
Yes.
you make at the top of your
I've
page
covered that
3.
as an example, so I've gone way back.
Yes.
In the 90s. And then I come forward with a couple of examples in the last 20 years, serious examples, which are common cause.
And my second question is in relation to the statement you make about General Mkwanazi, and you say at the bottom of your page 1, General Mkwanazi has known about the links between organized crime and SAPS for many years. My reading of your statement, unless I missed it, does not seem to cover the knowledge that you attribute to General Mkwanazi in this regard. Do you deal with this aspect in your statement? His knowledge of links between organized crime and SAPS?
Yes, I think what we'll come to later is not only his knowledge, but the steps he took, in my opinion, unlawful steps, to deal with one of the senior police officials that was involved in the penetration of organized crime into the criminal justice system. But I think I'll come back to that later.
All right. Thank you for that. That then would bring us to your paragraph 1.2. Having then said something about Senior Superintendent Pete Mayer and the events of 1990 to make the point that the problem is historical, you then at page 3, 1.2, deal with Mr. Glenn Agliotti and Commissioner Jackie Silebi. As you are aware, I think that is that relationship and its outcome has been ventilated for a long time and quite in depth in the public domain. So with that in mind, would you like to deal with your contents of paragraph 1.2,
Yes.
perhaps by way of summary?
Thank you. Commissioners, I'm not going to read the whole of 1.2 out because it's just, it's common course. But I've underlined a couple of important portions. 1.2.3, I've said Mr. Agliotti made his immoral living out of importing and exporting narcotics and counterfeit cigarettes. He often moved drugs and/or counterfeit cigarettes with a police escort arranged by a certain Captain Paul Stemmet. Captain Stemmet was not even a real police officer. He had been appointed by Commissioner Silebi at Mr. Agliotti's request. He was not even on the police's payroll system and had never undergone any police training or fitting out of uniform. But the sad part about it is he had a police identity badge that was issued by Commissioner Silebi. And then I've said Mr. Agliotti's other accomplices, and this is common cause, it's in the judgments which we'll refer to, include a security company owner, Mr. Clinton Nassif. Mr. Nassif also bribed Commissioner Silebi so that he could expedite the issue of firearm licenses for a security company. Mr. Nassif later supplied the same firearm that was used to murder Mr. Brett Kebbel in September 2005. Commissioner Silebi interfered in the investigation by allowing Mr. Kebbel's Mercedes, in which he was murdered, to be removed from Norwood Police Station by a brother-in-law of one of the murderers to a car body workshop where it was cleaned of all forensic trace evidence. And then I've attached, I refer on page 5 of my statement, I've referred to documents which are attached, which make sober reading. Annexure B1 is the first draft confession made by Mr. Agliotti to the Scorpions in his attempt to obtain indemnity in return for implicating Commissioner Silebi. Annexure B2 was the judgment of the High Court on sentencing Commissioner Celebi. And Annexure B3 is the judgment of the Supreme Court of Appeal dismissing the appeal of Commissioner Celebi against his sentence. And I think it's common cause, Commissioners, that the level of penetration was such, and it's made clear in Annexure B, which is referenced on page 4 at 1.2.7, it's made clear that the value of the drugs that were seized were 200 million rand. And those were seized by the, what was then called the Scorpions, or the DSO, the Directorate for Special Operations. And that was based on information which I supplied to them at the time when I had infiltrated that drug cartel for the purpose of having those drugs seized. And it's documented on the Annexure B. Thank you, Commissioner.
And so if one has regard to your paragraph 1.2.3 and 1.2.4, where you make the conclusions that Mr. Celebi or Commissioner Celebi maintained relations with persons such as Mr. Agliotti and Captain Paul Stemmet, who made an immoral living out of importing and exporting narcotics and counterfeit cigarettes. That's on the one. And Mr. Celebi, Commissioner Celebi rather, being bribed by one Mr. Clinton Nassif. Those facts you do not know, you don't have personal knowledge of, you derive from the documents that you listed.
In fact, I do have personal knowledge, but I've used the documents to prove that personal knowledge. In fact, the morning after Brett Kebbel was murdered, which I still, very distinct in my head, he was murdered on the 15th of September, 2005. And on the morning of the 16th of September, 2005, I met with a source at the McDonald's at Bruma who gave me the information about the gun that was used to kill Mr. Kebbel. So all that information is not hearsay, but it happens to be contained in the court judgments. So it actually confirms my personal knowledge.
But for purposes of your testimony to the commission today, you rely on these documents specifically?
That is correct.
Thank you. Is there any other comment you'd like to make regarding the relationship between Commissioner Celebi and Mr. Agliotti before we turn to your paragraph 1.3, where you deal with another relationship?
Now, I'm really happy for the commissioners to, in their own time, to read the evidence and draw their own conclusions, because I believe it's quite compelling.
Yes. Then if we stay with your paragraph 5, your page 5 rather, at paragraph 1.3, you have a subtopic, Radovan Krecher, General Mabasa, and Colonel Steyn. Now, at page 6, you give quite an extensive background to this particular topic. It's at page 7, you then deal directly with the relationship between Mr. Krecher and General Mabasa on the one hand. And further on at page 9, you deal with Mr. Krecher and Colonel Steyn. So let's take it.
Let me just place on record that I was involved in a totally different capacity on issues relating to Mr. Agliotti, the murder of Mr. Brett Kebbel, issues that related to Mr. Stemmet and even Mr. Nassif, but the context related to the decision that had been taken by Mr. Vusi Pikoli to prosecute General Celebi. And then Mr. Mshe, or Advocate Mshe, came in to replace Mr. Pikoli, but he was an acting NDPP. And this is how I then got involved. Advocate Mshe wanted to know whether or not he should reverse the decision of Advocate Pikoli. A 4-person panel was appointed to look at that decision by Mr. Piccoli and to pronounce on whether the four people were of the view that Mr. Piccoli was correct in taking the decision. I chaired that four-person panel, and our decision was that Mr. Piccoli's decision was correct. I thought I should just place it on record that I had that involvement on some of the issues or some of the facts that you are touching on.
Thank you, Chair. Understood.
Thank you.
In fact, thank you, Commissioner, for that. I was fully aware of all that, so I'm grateful that you still have that memory at the time. And in some ways, it's rather unfortunate or coincidental that we are sitting here today in the college named after the then Justice Minister, who took, in my opinion, an unlawful step together with the then President in suspending Vusi Piccoli, because I understood that that suspension, in fact, was aimed at preventing the arrest and charging of Commissioner Celebi. However, that's my opinion. But obviously, I was very happy when in January of 2008, that four-man committee issued the...
It was a four-person, we actually had a woman.
There you go. I used the word man as in human. So I was very happy with the outcome of it, because I had actually left the country because there was a threat against my life for raising all those issues. So I had temporarily exited myself from the country for my own safety. So that was how tight things were in those days. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. O'Sullivan. But as I understand, your testimony today doesn't relate to that part of things that the Chair highlights. He's just placing it on record. You are dealing with the criminal charges and trials that subsequently took place.
And I think if you want to get the crux of what I'm saying, it is that the Agliotti syndicate, which was a drug cartel and counterfeit cigarette cartel, they had well and truly infiltrated the criminal justice system and were utilizing, at the highest level in the criminal justice system, their contacts to enable them to continue with their criminal activities undetected.
Thank you. If you are ready, then we're ready to turn to the next set of relationships, and this time it's between Rodovan Krecher and General Mabasa on the one hand, and Colonel Steyn on the other.
Yes.
I would perhaps suggest that you consider reading paragraph 1.3 and overleaf under the heading background. 1.3 at page 5.
Yes.
That would give us an introduction into the topic. And then you could highlight what you consider particularly important under background at page 6. You don't have to deal with that page extensively.
So for that purpose, I'll just read out 1.3. And I say that in this section, I will first give background information on Mr. Krecher. Then I will deal with senior police officials who I identified were on Radovan Krecher's payroll. I refer to the case of Krecher for 3 reasons. First, it is another obvious example showing that the issue of criminals infiltrating the police, ostensibly prompting the press conference of General Mkhonazi, is nothing new. Second, it involved multiple attempts on my life. Third, it involved a corrupt police officer who resurfaced as a witness at this commission. Now, when I refer to him as a corrupt police officer, that is my opinion, because he hasn't been convicted of that, but I'll explain why I refer to him as a corrupt police officer. And then, if I may move forward, I've given some background information on page 6. It's not my intention to read through that. It's there, it's on the record.
Yes.
In respect of page 7, I talk about Mr. Krecher and General Mabasa.
So that is the first relationship with Mr. Krecher.
Exactly. And what I talk about there, and what I've written there, that's my sworn statement. I can say it much quicker than what's written there.
Yes, please.
what happened was I was investigating Radovan Krejcir for a myriad of crimes, lots of crimes. And by the way, I was doing this as a public interest matter. You will notice from my CV that I received awards in 2000 and 2001 from the Canadian government and the Australian government for activities that I used to expose and deal with human trafficking in South Africa, not in other parts of the world. But I got those award commendations from the Australian and Canadian governments because they recognized the work that I was doing. And I had identified Radovan Krejcir as being heavily involved with a gentleman from a chain of strip clubs known as Teasers. And I had identified that he was involved with importing, for the want of a better expression, ladies to work in these type of clubs. And I was trying to get the police to take action against him. And in every turn I was failing. I couldn't get the police to pay any attention to it. And I had written to Anwar Ramat, who at the time was the head of DPCI, and I sent him a very detailed breakdown of what I believed Radovan Krejcir was up to. And then all of a sudden I got a call out of the blue one day from the crime intelligence head in Gauteng, which was Major General Joey Mabasa. And he phoned me out of the blue. I hadn't been in communication with him ever before that. And he invited me to his office. I went there and he told me, no, he heard I've got information about Radovan Krejcir and he wants to take down Radovan Krejcir. I thought, wow, this is great. So I gave him a file on Radovan Krejcir. An hour later, I get a phone call from a source who's present in a meeting with Radovan Krejcir and tells me, Paul, that guy you've just met with, you don't know what you're doing. I said, what do you mean? He said, that guy is on his way to see Radovan Krejcir with the file that you've given him. So I thought, wow, this Major General in the police is now going to see this criminal that I'm investigating. So let me see what's going on here. So I carried out my own investigation into General Mabasa. And what do I find? I find that his wife is a director of a company with Radovan Krejcir's wife. I was shocked. So, of course, I exposed all this. And what I find to be ironical, and it's covered on page, at the bottom of page 7 and page 8, is that the wife of General Mabasa became a director of that company on the 10th of October, 2009. And she resigned as a director of that company on the 30th of June, 2010. And it's no coincidence that the date of her resignation is 2 weeks after I had exposed the fact that General Mabasa's wife was in business with Radovan Krejcir's wife. And it was all over the media, and then she promptly resigned. Needless to say, my complaint, which is a very serious complaint, which I sent to General Zermatt and General Sabir at the time was the head of DPCI in Gauteng, and I sent them a very serious complaint, and within a week or two, General Mabasa was suspended, and then he was later given a golden handshake. But what was interesting to me is that the registered address of that company was 64 First Avenue in Edenvale. And it came out during the trial of the murder of Uwe Gambala, a German who had been kidnapped from the airport and murdered. It came out during the trial that he was actually murdered at 64 First Avenue in Edenvale. So when you start putting all the pieces of the jigsaw together, it meant that General Mabasa was now heavily involved with Radovan Krejcir. And I think if you have a look at the annexes, which I've referred to, on page 8, 1.3.7, there's an Annex E, which deals with the actual murder of Lolly Jackson, this owner of the strip clubs. That's worth reading. It explains exactly what happened and how he was murdered by Radovan Krejcir, and how, after the murder, this fellow Smith, whose real name was Luca, met with General Mabasa, and General Mabasa told him he better pack his bags and get out of the country quick. And then Annexure F deals with it's a newspaper cutting that deals with the fact that General Mabasa left the police unceremoniously and was paid out a 3.5 million golden handshake, when in fact he should have been arrested and prosecuted for corruption, but nothing of that happened. And the point, and I'm going to make it again later on, that whenever you get these senior generals, in the cases that I'm referring to, who should have been arrested and charged with corruption, they're in fact getting golden handshakes and let off the hook, and they go. So what you don't have is you don't have the, what I call the head on the pike that you need to have in the police service, so that if a person steps out of line, there needs to be some demonstration that if you step out of line, you're going to be in trouble. But actually in the police, if you step out of line, you either get moved to another department within the police, and I'm going to come to examples of that later, or you get a golden handshake and you're released from the police.
Before we deal with that detail then, that would take us to your Annexure G and H, which are affidavits you obtained at page 9. But before we turn to that detail, if I could just clarify a few things with you. At your paragraph 1.3.5, you indicate that you received an unsolicited telephone call from Major General Mabasa, who then was the Gauteng Provincial Head of Crime Intelligence. You had a meeting with him, and then you testified that you, after he had engaged you on the investigations you were doing on Mr. Krecher, you gave him your file on your investigations.
Correct.
My question is, did you give him the original file? Did you retain a copy for yourself? Are you able to share with the commission the contents of that file as you gave it to General Mabasa?
Obviously, I can share it with the commission. I don't have it with me right now, but it was effectively, in fact, I didn't give them the whole file because some aspects of the work I was doing I hadn't completed. So what I gave him was what I had completed at that stage. And that was the file that dealt with the money laundering that was going on with a gentleman by the name of Alekos Panayai, who was the bank manager for Cyprus Bank in South Africa, who was doing money laundering between Radovan Krecher and Lolly Jackson. And that's what led to the murder of Lolly Jackson, because Radovan Krecher would pay an amount of money into a bank in Cyprus, and then Lolly Jackson would give him a bag, a duffel bag or whatever, with the equivalent amount of rand. So he would get a bag with 2-3 million rand, and he would do a transfer. And what happened is what led to the murder. And if you look at these Annex E, you will see it. It details the fact that actually the final transfer they did, Radovan Krecher presented a fake document indicating that he had transferred money into the Bank of Cyprus, when in fact he hadn't transferred any money at all. And Lolly Jackson then handed over a duffel bag full of rands in cash, and there was no concomitant transfer into his bank in Cyprus. So that caused the animosity between them, which ultimately led to the murder of Lolly Jackson.
Now, that is what you were investigating at the time.
That's exactly, and that's what I handed over to General Mabasa. Because I'd interviewed this bank manager, and I'd taken a very detailed sworn statement from him, and I supplied that to General Mabasa. As a result of what I found out, I then phoned that witness and told him to go into hiding, because I believed that they would have tried to murder him.
Now, at your paragraph 1.3.6,
Maybe before you do 1.3.6,
Yes.
Mr. O'Sullivan, you, in 1.3.5, you said that you received this call from Mr. Mabasa unsolicited after you had given, I think you said, General Dramat. In your statement, you say General Shadrach Sibia. Is that a correction? Is it Sibia or Dramat?
I think it was both of them.
Well, later on, you do speak of giving them both a report.
Yes.
But here at the beginning, where you speak about what results in the unsolicited telephone call from
Yes.
General Mabasa, you say you had shared information of your investigation with Sibia. I just want to correct the fact. Is it General Sibia? Is it Dramat?
It was
Is it
General
both?
Sibia and General Dramat.
At this point.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Whatever I supplied to General Sibia at that moment in time, I used to also supply to General Dramat, because I didn't want a single point of entry. I wanted there to be knowledge at different levels within the police about what was going on. In fact, I even went to the office of General Dramat and had a meeting with him about Radovan Krejcir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. At your paragraph 1.3.6, you say about an hour after you left General Mabasa's office, you got a call from a source advising you that he has been informed by Mr. Krejcir that General Mabasa was on his way to see him with a file he had obtained from you. Now, I'm not going to ask you who your source is, but we have your say-so that this engagement took place. That's all we have.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. But that's my say-so. And it's more than my say-so, because as a result of that phone call, it caused me to investigate General Mabasa. And then I got that information on General Mabasa, which I then shared with General Sibia and General Dramat.
Now, having shared that file with General Sibia, who you say was DPCI Gauteng provincial head, and General Dramat, what position did he hold at the time?
He was a national head of DPCI.
National. What were you hoping to gain by sharing it further with with General Mabasa, who, as you say, called you without any solicitation? Did you have a relationship with General Mabasa that allowed for a sharing of the results of your investigations? On what basis do you give him this?
Yeah, it's a very valid point. I wrongly came to the conclusion, and I should have checked, I wrongly came to the conclusion that General Dramat and General Sibia had instructed crime intelligence to get to the bottom of this matter. And I assumed, therefore, that General Mabasa was reaching out to me because he had knowledge. So if you've got this knowledge, then you must be involved in it. So I readily gave him this file.
And did you ever engage Generals Dramat and Sibia about this matter and whether or not they had an
Immediately
engagement
afterwards. So, Commissioners, if you have a look, on the same day that I met with
Mr. O'Sullivan, you should wait until,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, if you speak at the same time, there will be problems with the transcription.
Sorry, I thought you'd finished.
No, my question was, after then your source called you to inform you that Mr. Krejcir has just had a telephonic discussion with General Mabasa about a file you had given to General Mabasa. When you learned that, did you ever have a conversation with General Sibia and Dramat about the turn of events? Who are the people you say you had initially engaged around this matter?
Yes, but I didn't do it the same day. So what happened was, I got this phone call. Then I thought, wow, if this is true, because you don't take everything you're told as being the gospel truth, you have to look into it. But what it prompted me to do was to look into General Mabasa. And coincidentally, when I went to meet him at the Diagonal Street building, being the type of person I am, he'd arranged parking there for me. And when I went to park there, I saw a parking bay. And it's not in my statement, but I'm just recollecting this. I saw a parking bay marked up for General Mabasa. And I made a note of the registration number of the vehicle that was parked there, just for my own interests, because it looked like a very fancy double cab. So I made a note of the registration number of that vehicle. And then what happened, when I get this phone call, I then start to carry out investigations. And I immediately found out that General Mabasa's wife was in business with Radovan Kretsch's wife. They were directors of the same company. And I could not think of any logical reason other than it was to conceal some form of corruption. And then when I ran the checks on the motor vehicle, I found that the vehicle, well, I phoned the dealer, I found that the vehicle had been purchased by Radovan Krejcir for General Mabasa. So you put the pieces of the jigsaw together, which I did. And I then went and met with General Dramat. I phoned General Sabir and told him what I'd found, and I went and met General Dramat because I was so keen to make sure that they did something urgent about it. And I think a week later, General Mabasa was suspended.
Did you do an in-artist check on the vehicle, the registration of the vehicle?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Is it not so that all that this would have shown you is in whose name the vehicle was registered? Why I'm asking that is, how did you then establish who had purchased
So we're able to, Commissioner, we're able to do various checks. The one check you can do is just to get the ownership of a vehicle. Another check you can do is to get the history of the vehicle. It wasn't a brand new vehicle. It was a used vehicle. And the previous owner of it was Groep Twee Beleggings, which was Radovan Krejcir's company. So you put two and two together.
Thank you.
My question was going to try and understand the checks that you say you conduct. Are these the checks that normally are reserved for law enforcement to undertake, or do you have access to the system? And
Yes,
if so, in what capacity?
let me explain to you. We don't have access to the NITIS system. We have access to what we call closed source data banks. So we have to sign a code of conduct with, so they're accessible by certified fraud examiners, forensic investigators. It's not the same system that the police use. It's a private system that's used, for example, TransUnion. I don't actually do the checks myself. I have staff that do it, but I don't know the systems we use, but they are all above board and all lawful. We have to sign a code of conduct so that we're not, shall we say, becoming information peddlers where people can't come and pay us for information. And we have to stipulate that the investigation is being done for a particular purpose. So it's fraud. So if you're investigating fraud or corruption, you have access to these databases, and it's all above board.
And you say this, you have access to these systems as a certified fraud examiner. Who certifies and registers examiners for that purpose? And what is the name of your entity that is so registered?
The Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. There's a South African chapter. There's a chapter in most countries in the world. And it's a very rigorous process to go through. You have to have a first degree. You have to do 2 years of work in the fraud field. And then you have to sit exams. I think the exams are rated as NQF 8. So it's quite a process. You can't just wake up one morning and decide, oh, I'm going to be a certified fraud examiner. It's quite a rigorous process to get through. And by the way, when you enter into these code of conduct contracts with the Information Bureau, they carry out checks on you to make sure that you don't have criminal record and stuff like that. So it's quite a tight system. It's used by lawyers, it's used by certified fraud examiners, and it's used by chartered accountants that are working in the forensic accounting field. And it's necessary, by the way, because unfortunately the level of fraud and white-collar crime in South Africa, the police just don't have the ability to cope with the level of investigations required.
And perhaps just to conclude on that point, is there a particular regulator that regulates the activities of these fraud examiners? Is there?
Yes,
What is that? What's
it's
the
the
authority?
Association of Certified Fraud Examiners,
It's not a state regulator, is that, that's an?
not a state regulator, no.
I was asking from the perspective of state and law enforcement.
It's
Is
the
there
same
any
like chartered
regulator?
accountants, there's no state regulator. It's the same like, well, I suppose with attorneys, you've got the LPC.
Yes.
But it is very well regulated, trust me. And they have, if you look into it, for example, the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, they have different committees. They have a disciplinary committee. So if a certified fraud examiner has been misbehaving, he can be struck off. You know, so it's fairly well regulated.
Okay. At the conclusion of 1.3.6, you deal with Annexure C, which is what you say, it's a company search you conducted, where you established that General Mabasa's wife and Mr. Krecher's wife were shareholders in the company.
So we didn't get the share register. We could just see that
directors.
they were both directors.
Directors.
Share register is harder to get. One has to do what we call a Section 26 application, Section 26 of the Companies Act, where you write to the company and you give them notice and they have to give you details of the share register within 14 days. We
Yes.
didn't go to that length, but I was satisfied that the two of them were directors of a company and that was more than just a coincidence.
At page 8, then, at paragraph 1.3.7, you deal with the murder of Mr. Lolly Jackson.
Yep.
You see where I pick it up at your page 8.
Yes. So, Commissioners, it's set out in some detail in Annexure E, and I commend you to read that. It's quite clear. In Annexure E, it's quite clear what happened there, and it's
That annexure E is at page 174 of the big file.
174, yes. Now, if you skip the first 2 pages of 174 and just go straight to page 176,
Yes.
because the first couple of pages is more of an introduction. 176 explains exactly the relationship between this fellow Smith, whose real name was Luca. He was an illegal immigrant, by the way. He was in the country unlawfully. He was a Cypriot. And by the way, he was wanted in Cyprus as well. And he talks about the relationship between Jackson, Radovan Krecher, and this fellow Panayi. And Panayi was the gentleman I interviewed over a period of 2 or 3 days and taken a very detailed statement from in connection with the money laundering that was going on. That's the statement which I'd, apart from supplying to the DPC, I had given to General Mabasa. And then if you go then to page
186?
180, and you look at paragraph 45, 44, or 43, Krecher arrived after some 5 or 6 minutes later and was also offered a drink. Within moments, Jackson had begun to shout at Krecher and to wave the copy of the SWIFT transfer. This was a forged SWIFT transfer. And Jackson swore at Radovan Krecher. I'm not going to swear here, but it shows what he said. Krecher lunged forward to grab the SWIFT transfer from Jackson, who held it out of reach. At this point, Krecher pulled out a firearm and shot Jackson once. Jackson fell into the back of the sofa, positioned directly behind him. Jackson looked shocked and began to plead and beg for his life. Krecher crossed the floor towards him, standing over him, and kicked him in the side of his chest and said the following words to him. Quote, "You want to know who I am? I will show you who I am, you effing cockroach." Krecher then proceeded to fire many shots into Jackson. I don't remember how many, but there were several shots. Jackson appeared to be dead and lay in a pool of blood. I was horrified and frightened. And then he carries on a bit more and a bit more. And then he talks about at paragraph 59 on page 182. I got back into the car and drove away, exiting through the booms at the entrance to our suburb, and then called General Mabasa from my phone, telling him what I had just witnessed, Kretcher killing Jackson, and to ask for his help. He asked me who was present at the time of Jackson's murder, and I told him that Kretcher and Cyril were there. The Cyril referred to, Commissioners, is Cyril Beaker. He also passed away a couple of weeks after this, so he was shot and killed a couple of weeks after this. He asked me where I was. I told him I was driving Jackson's Jeep. He suggested I meet him at Bedford Centre and I should speak to Kretcher as soon as possible. Mabasa knew of the problems between Kretcher and Jackson, having already been approached by Jackson to intervene and assist in facilitating a meeting with Kretcher. So here you have General Mabasa getting involved in a dispute between two shady characters, the one being Radovan Kretcher and the other being Lolly Jackson. I too had spoken with Mabasa about the need for a meeting to be arranged. I didn't drive immediately to, this is page 183, I didn't drive immediately to Bedford Centre, but drove around for a while. Radovan was calling me on the phone. I didn't take his calls at first. Later, I called him as advised by Mabasa. He asked me to meet him at Yanni Lucas Engine Garage near to Linksfield. We met there. When we got there he got there before me and I met him behind the garage. He wanted me to calm down, but I was extremely angry with him for what he had just done and didn't want to listen to his stories. He asked me why I'd driven off and left the house. He said that I was supposed to have helped him put the body in the car and then dump it. I drove off and headed for the Harbour Cafe in order to meet with Mabasa. Upon my arrival, I saw several people, including Cyril Beaker, who was sitting with Hein Mitrovic in the smoking area. I asked him whether Mabasa was there. And it goes on. And then eventually, if you go on to page 184, Kretcher arrived at 10 p.m. This was at the Nickel Hotel in Bedford View, and told me I had no choice but to leave the country. As he put it, Lolly was murdered in your house. You were there when it happened. You are up and there's nothing you can do about it. He reminded me that I was due to appear in court the following day. So to cut a long story short, this guy packed his bags. He got taken over the border into Mozambique, and indirectly flights ended up in Cyprus.
Yes. If we could just stay with that affidavit, and you have covered it quite extensively. If we go back to your paragraph 1.3.7,
Yep.
Where you introduce the murder of Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
You continue.
Yes.
General Mabasa was later had murdered Jackson in the presence of Mr. George Luca, aka George Smith. You see where I'm reading?
Yep.
And you then reference Annexure E, which is this affidavit we're looking at.
Correct.
My reading of Annexure E is slightly different. If we start at paragraph 42,
Yeah.
which is the arrival of Mr. Smith,
Yes.
and then inviting Mr. Jackson into a living room.
Yes, if I can explain that.
Yes.
It's very easy to explain. When I say General Mabasa later dishonestly claimed that Mr. Smith had called him to confess, that wasn't...
No, you are ahead of me. I made the statement prior to that.
Yes, but it wasn't pertaining to that statement. It was pertaining to the media. It's what General Mabasa said to the media. So it was published in the media that General Mabasa had said that George Smith had phoned him to confess to murdering Lolly Jackson. So it wasn't in the statement of Smith, and Smith would probably, on his way out of the country, would not have known of that. The very next day, it was in the media, and that can be found if it's requested. I can find those media links.
Just to make sure we're not talking at cross purposes, I was more interested in the statement you make that General Mabasa later arrived at the crime scene as part of the conspiracy to cover the fact that Mr. Kretcher himself had murdered Jackson.
Yes.
And that fact is not in here because the narrative by Mr. Smith places Mr. Mabasa nowhere near the house where Mr. Jackson was supposedly murdered.
Correct. There are other statements from other people that place General Mabasa outside the crime scene while the crime scene was being investigated by the police. And I haven't attached those statements, but if I'm requested to do so, I will obtain those statements and supply them.
I just wanted to be clear that it's not an extra E,
No,
because
it's
my
not in
reading
his
of an
statement.
extra E
No, he
doesn't
wouldn't- he
lead me to
wouldn't
that
have been awa-
conclusion. Okay.
Smith wouldn't have been aware of that.
Yes. You continue at paragraph 138, where you say you later established evidence of a corrupt relationship between General Mabasa and Mr. Krecher, and you reference this Toyota Hilux double cab. Is that the vehicle you say you found parked in General Mabasa's bay when you went to meet him at, in center Johannesburg? Or is that a different vehicle now?
Pardon? It's the same vehicle that was parked in his parking bay at
Yes.
Diagonal House or the Diagonal Street. It was the old stock exchange building.
Okay. And then I think you did touch on your Annexure F, which is the article,
It's just
That,
a media article.
the media article, from page 186 that speaks to the settlement
It
to
refers
General Mabasa. You've made the point.
The headline there is 3.5 million for dodgy cop.
And then at 139, then it's basically,
If I can.
Absolutely.
And it's not mentioned in my statement, but it's just reading this again reminded me of something. It's quite important. The 3.5 million for the dodgy cop, that payment was authorized by General Mdluli. So that's quite important to remember because we'll be coming to General Mdluli later.
and
What was his position at the time? General Mdluli, what was his position at the time?
Pardon me?
What was General Mdluli's position at the
He
time?
was the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. So what happened was, during the Celebi investigation, General Mdluli was the Provincial Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, and the Divisional Commissioner was Lieutenant General Malangi Mpejo. And Malangi Mpejo was arrested by the Scorpions for interfering in the Jackie Celebi investigation. And while he was on suspension, he resigned and left. And then General Mdluli was promoted to Lieutenant General and became the Divisional Commissioner, and General Mabasa became the Provincial Commissioner.
Thank you. A different question. This Smith affidavit, it was prepared for what purpose? Is it for the police or for you,
So
your investigations?
If you look at the Smith affidavit, Commissioners, you will see it's a standard pattern Section 204 affidavit. So it's not the only affidavit that was made by Smith. There were other affidavits.
So it was for the prosecution or
So
for the
if
police?
you have a look at the affidavit itself, it says Affidavit of George Smith number 5. There were a total of 5 affidavits. Now, at the time these affidavits were made, because of the level of organized crime that Smith knew about, which didn't just deal with General Mabasa, it was decided by the DPCI to compartmentalize his affidavits, not have it all in one big affidavit. So this was the affidavit that relates particularly to the murder of Lolly Jackson. So there are other affidavits, which I've not put here because they don't really take the matter any further. But if the commissioners wish to see them, I have them all.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we're still at Annexure F, unless it's a case of perhaps this being in another document. Annexure F doesn't indicate that 3.5 million golden handshake for General Mabasa was approved by General Mdluli. That's not in that particular annexure.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't put it in my statement, and it's not mentioned in here. But at the time, I remember
from your recollection.
that payment was authorized by General Ndluli.
Yes. Then at page 9, you introduce two affidavits, Annexure G and H.
Yes. Sorry.
Annexure G and H, your
Yes.
two annexures. If I understood you correctly, these two documents now deal with attempts to murder you. So we have sort of moved away from what you call a corrupt relationship between General Mabasa and Krecha. These two.
In fact, they are mixed because
Okay.
what I'm going to say here, Commissioners, if you look at page 8 at the bottom, 1.3.9, I say there, in summary, I find it apposite to state that Mr. Krecha, because of his corrupt friends in the police, considered himself above the law and therefore free to engage in any criminal activity he chose, including, not limited to, murder. I should record that Krecha has now been sent to prison for 35 years and is still to be tried in respect of multiple attempts to murder me. He's been arrested and charged for, even though he's in prison, he's been arrested and charged for conspiracy to murder me, along with 7 others, which includes police officials, by the way. And the statements of this fellow Potiska, who's residing in the Czech Republic, the one statement deals with the conspiracy to murder me, which is Annexure G. And
Yes.
again, these statements are compartmentalized so that you don't have everything all in one document. But if you look at Annexure H deals only with the relationship between Radovan Krecha and General Mabasa. The Annexure G deals only with Radovan Krecha's conspiracy to murder me.
Yes. So then let's turn to General Annexure H, which would appear, or at least sound, to be more relevant to this relationship you are dealing with.
Page 193.
Page 193. And I would like to refer you to paragraph 5.
Yes. Sorry, I thought you wanted me to read.
No. My understanding, again, my reading of this, it's Mr. Poteska commenting about the relationship between General Mabasa and Mr. Krecha. It must be over a 2-year period because at paragraph 2, he says, I was during the period of September 2010 until 2012, 02, 03, living in South Africa. So it can only be specifically for that period. And from paragraph 5, he then details the nature of this relationship. And as I understand it, it's about picking up General Mabasa from a small shell garage near Eastgate, delivering him to where Mr. Krecha was, and basically where General Mabasa would collect 5,000 to 10,000. And further down at 7, he speaks about his own personal experience where he had to hand over some money to Mr. Mabasa.
Yes.
At 8, he then introduces a different concept, and he says these guys from the police started helping Krecha smuggle cigarettes from Zimbabwe into South Africa. Thereafter, Krecha used them for drug trafficking too. But there is no substantiation for that allegation. Now, this affidavit would seem in large part to be about payment of some monies, 5,000 to 10,000, by Mr. Krecha to General Mabasa. Would I be correct to say that's about the sum total of it?
That's correct, Commissioners. I want to mention, if I can briefly, that there's 2 statements here from this fellow Potiska. Both statements, up until paragraph 4, are identical. Believe it or not, there were 5 such statements again, dealing with different issues.
Yes.
So these are the 2 statements which were considered relevant for this commission, but if they require to see the other statements, they are available. But the reality is that this person was interviewed. I was present when he was interviewed. Also present was Brigadier Geninda and Deputy Director of Prosecutions Lawrence Garber. And the interview took place in Prague. And I arranged the interviews because they couldn't get access to this person. He didn't want to talk to the police or the prosecution authority without somebody being present that he trusted. And I had reached out to this person and convinced him to give evidence. So those statements were taken. I was present, but they interviewed him, and the statements were taken in their presence. And this woman, Eva, whatever her name was, I can't say it, Motiskova, she commissioned the statements because she's a sworn translator, because the individual in question doesn't speak English very well.
So these statements, you're saying they were actually taken by, I missed the rank of Geninda.
Brigadier Geninda.
Brigadier, was he the investigating officer in this?
Yes, he was the lead investigator of the Radovan Krejcir matters.
So they would be found in the docket?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Noted. To the extent that it's necessary, we may seek to obtain the remainder of the statements. You then, at page 9, introduce a slightly different topic at paragraph 1.3.10. You're now dealing with the relationship of Mr. Krejcir and Colonel Steyn. At page 9?
Yes, I'm there.
Mr. Krejcir and Colonel Steyn. You can
Yes.
deal with the contents of that subtopic.
Can I talk to it?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I didn't want to interrupt.
No.
Commissioners, this is very simple. Of course, the script there that's in italics, generally speaking, would be classed as hearsay, because it's what somebody phoned and told me. And then, having received that hearsay, I became acutely aware of the fact that Radovan Krejcir was now in possession of my cellular phone records, to the extent that he was looking at the people I was talking to on the phone. And remember, in those days, we didn't have all these smartphones that we had today. They were just starting to come out. So WhatsApp, I don't think it even existed then. So whatever phone calls you made, it was on your phone records. And what had happened was this person was called in to a meeting at a restaurant in Bedfordview, just across the road from the police station. At the time, it's no longer there. It was called News 24 Cafe or News Cafe or something like this. News Cafe, I think it was called. And this fellow phoned me and he explained to me exactly what went on. And he said that he was called in, he sat there, there's Radovan Krejcir and all these, wherever Radovan Krejcir went, he had these heavy persons, stocky fellows. And sitting next to Radovan Krejcir, according to him, was Colonel Sambo, who was the station commander at Bedfordview Police Station, in uniform. And the Radovan Krejcir is alleged to have said to him, listen, on such and such a date, you phoned O'Sullivan 25 times. What's going on? And he was very quick on his feet, and he explained that he was trying to sell me a car. Of course, nothing of the kind was going on. He was actually helping me out with inside information about the movement of Radovan Krejcir, because he was going to be arrested at that time. In fact, he was arrested. So Radovan Krejcir leaned across the table and said to him, if I find out you're lying, he put his finger on his forehead, if I find out you're lying, I can put a bullet hole there. So kind of scaring the guy. And he made the comment to me that Colonel Sambo just sat there quietly while all this was going on. And this person asked, well, how do you know that I made all these phone calls? He said, well, I've got your cell phone records. So at the time, I planned to launch an application. It was going to be an urgent application against Vodacom. And I drafted, and it's just Annexure J. I drafted sworn statement for it, but I never actually launched. And the reason I never launched was because when I got senior counsel's opinion, he said that I might fail with that application. So I decided to keep my powder dry. But then what happened? About 2 years later, I got a tip-off from a person who was working at the organized crime office at Germiston, which is the same office which Colonel Steyn was the commander of. He was in charge of that organized crime office. And he told me that he needed an urgent meeting with him. I went and met with him. And he told me in no uncertain terms that Colonel Steyn was arranging to have my telephone number dropped in to 205 applications that were being drawn up as part of the normal work in progress that the organized crime unit in Germiston was doing. And then that prompted me to write, by the way, before that, I'd written to Vodacom. And if I can refer the commissioners to Annexure F, page 206. Page 206. Now, you have to look at page 207 and 208. Because what we have here is a trail of emails, and they go in sequential order, with the most recent being the top page. But if you go back to page 209, it's an email that I've received from Vodacom. And if I can read it into the record, Commissioners, it's dated 13th of June 2011. And this is after I found out about my cellular phone records being in the possession of Radovan Krejcir. I've contacted a chap by the name of Bradley Smith at Vodacom, and he's written to me. He said, "Good afternoon, Paul. Thank you for your mail. As discussed, we have received Section 205s for information relating to your call data related information." I'm just reading there's some typos here, but I'm just reading it the way it is, Commissioners. And Vodacom is obligated to disclose this information if we receive a Section 205 to do so. Unfortunately, as mentioned, this is a matter that you'll need to take up with the police and the Justice Department collectively. As to the authentication of the 205 and the content thereof, in doing so, I can advise you that there were 3 applications made. And then he gives the case numbers. Primrose case 709/3/2011, kidnapping, assault and theft. Then there's Tukosa case 268/04/2011, armed robbery. And the third one is Tukosa case 31/06/2011, murder. So the inference is that my cellular phone records were needed because of these investigations into a murder and an armed robbery in Tukosa, and a kidnapping, assault and theft that took place in Primrose. So what I did when I got this information was I sent an email to General Sabia, who at the time was the head of what do you call it?
Was it the
DPCI.
DPCI in Gauteng?
Yeah. I'm trying to look for that email.
Which
Yeah, in
email?
fact, I only wrote to him later. I supplied it probably by hand to him in a meeting. But later on, in November 2021, 21 November 2013, I write...
Sorry, just a moment. Is it not
Sorry.
210?
I was going to suggest 210, an extra K. That's the
Page 210.
email, yes.
Yes, sorry.
From you to General Sibia dated 21st November 2013.
Yes. And I explained there that And I say, but by the, bless you, this is dated 21st of November. And I say, as you will see, in my email, I say, as you will see. But I was referring to what I knew would happen the next day when I said that. And I'll explain why in a moment. I said, as you will see, Colonel Francois Steyn admitted to a Mail and Guardian journalist today, in the presence of my attorney, Gary Massahan, that he had made a significant loan, that he had been made a significant loan by Radovan Krejcir's company, Groep 2 Beleggings. The money was used to pay off a registered bond on his property. Now, just why would a senior cop borrow money from an unregistered loan shark to pay installments on his bond account? As part of an attempt to cover his tracks, he said that Cyril Beaker made the loan via this company and he did not know that it was a Krejcir company. Anyway, with the death of Cyril Beaker and the fact that Krejcir is a suspect therein, because Radovan Krejcir was a suspect in the murder of Cyril Beaker, it is simply inconceivable that Steyn thought he could get away with this. I believe that having now admitted to receiving a very substantial loan, he has committed a very serious offence in terms of Act 12 of 2004, and I request a very urgent investigation with a suspension from duties in the meantime. I hope you can deal with this matter quickly, thereby placating the public who are starting to feel Krejcir can get away with anything he likes. And I finish off by saying the fact that yet another senior cop has put my life at risk by supplying my private information to gangsters is something that also needs to be addressed, and I reserve my rights in that regard. And copied to that email is an email that I had sent to the lawyers of Radovan Krejcir.
At page 211.
That's page 211. I don't propose to read the whole thing out, but I do say, halfway down the page, I can now prove that Steyn supplied Krejcir with my cellular phone records, thereby further putting my life at risk. Back in 2012, and that's a typo, it should have been 2011, I just thought it was Steyn. Now I know it was Steyn. I've written to the Hawks requesting that Steyn be suspended and stand trial along with Krejcir for their disgraceful conduct. And if we now refer to Annexure L, which is page 213, this is a Mail and Guardian article which came out the day after I sent this email. And the reason it came out the day after I sent the email was because I had spoken to the journalists. When you get into a position where you believe these criminals are working with dirty cops to have you murdered, your best line of defense is to involve the media. And I had spoken to the journalists and they ran this story. And the headline, as you can say, is Krejcir's 400,000 Rand loan to top cop. And it explains in some detail about the loan and the excuse which Steyn had given to the journalists. But the reality is he admitted that there was a loan. Now, only when I saw Colonel Steyn giving evidence at this commission, I nearly fell off my chair because I thought he'd been suspended and dismissed back in 2013. And now I suddenly saw him sitting at this commission. I thought, wow. And now he's talking about drug trafficking. He was working, he was on the payroll of a drug trafficker, in my opinion, back in 2011, because he received this money from Radovan Krejcir. So now, suddenly, a complete turnaround. So I thought it was necessary to include mention of this, commissioners. Now, that's really all I have to say about that.
Let's just quickly deal with paragraphs 1.3.12 and following. There are two issues here. If I
Sorry, just
understand.
give me the paragraph number again.
1.3.12 at your page 10.
1.3.12.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, right through to 1.3.15. As I understand, there are two distinct issues here. The first is your complaint regarding intrusion into your privacy by obtaining or was seeking to obtain your records. And if we go to page 209, which is that email you wrote to Vodacom.
Correct.
No, which is what the email Vodacom wrote to you. Vodacom lists the 3 cases on the basis of which the Section 205 was obtained,
Correct.
I suppose inter alia in respect of your records.
Correct.
Why do you then say, no, let me ask differently. Have you ever seen the application for that 205 and supporting documentation to know the relevance of your number to any of the 3 cases?
So this is the difficulty. I had prepared the application against Vodacom commissioners. And when I consulted with senior counsel, they said that bringing an application to force the state to show the content of a Section 205 application to obtain your cell phone records would be almost impossible to get such an order. And the court would err on the side of safety and not grant. And the reason given was, supposing I was a suspect in these cases, and now I'm bringing an application to find out what statements lie. Because when you bring a 205 application, you have to state this person is suspected of murder or armed robbery or whatever the case may be. So without having seen those 205s, it's just guesswork. But the
Yes.
reality is, I wasn't kidnapping people in Tokoza or murdering people or robbing people in Tokoza in that period. And if you look at the period in question, it's 1 month, 1 month, 1 month. So for 3 months, they were able to get my cellular phone records, and it fits straight in with the period that Radovan Krejcir was arrested and there were raids on his house in Bedford View, and he was arrested. And during that whole period now, he's got my cellular phone records. So you can just put 2 and 2 together.
I appreciate your challenges, but I'm sure you'll also appreciate my challenges this end, that it has to also, in the absence of the 205 applications,
Yep.
it also has to be guesswork that Colonel Steyn unlawfully dropped your number in these 205 applications, because we do not know how your telephone number is said to be associated with any of the 3 cases.
Yes. If I didn't receive this phone call from Warrant Officer Steenkamp, he unfortunately passed away during COVID. But if I hadn't have received that phone call, and by the way, I don't name him in my email, but the fact that I sent the email to Radovan Krejcir's lawyers, and the fact that I forwarded that email to General Sabir and General Zermatt to say, listen, guys, look what's going on here, doesn't prove, but it makes it clear that, watch the media, by the way, you will see, and it was out in the media the next day, that he admitted having a 408,000 Rand loan from Radovan Krejcir's company. So if you put all the pieces of the jigsaw together, it's circumstantial evidence, but when you put it all together, it's a very interesting picture, and somebody would have to explain what happened there. And I don't know if the Commission has the ability to get the police to hand over those Section 205 applications, but I'm pretty sure they would make very interesting reading.
Yes. Now, that was the first point. The second then you make is about this loan that you say was for Mr. Steyn's mortgage bond account. Did you say that at your paragraph 1.3.12 of your statement?
1.3 point?
12.
Uh-huh.
The conclusion of that paragraph. Then you introduce an extra K, which is your email chain to General Sibia.
Correct.
At paragraph 1.3.14, that an extra L, which is the actual Mail and Guardian article you reference, you say Colonel Steyn admitted to receiving the loan in question, but claimed not to have been aware that the company providing it was linked to Mr. Krejcir. Then you conclude his story was not only feeble, but it could also not be reasonably true. I'm reading at your paragraph 1.3.14.
Correct.
If one has regard to the article that you reference and rely on from page 213, you have referenced this company, Groep 2 Beleggings, which is a company, you say, the article says it's controlled by Mr. Krecher. If you go to the bottom of that article, there is an explanation, ostensibly by Colonel Steyn, of how the loan came to be. But the long and short of it is, Colonel Steyn says Mr. Beaker had undertaken to arrange a loan for him through this company. Now, at the next page, at 214, under the heading Professional Relationship, Colonel Steyn argues that he has a professional relationship with Mr. Beaker, whatever that means, who was the National Risk Manager for REM, hand-to-hand couriers. And then at page 2015, those paragraphs, he deals with the repayment of this loan. Why do you then conclude, based on the explanation he gave, that his explanation is not only feeble, but it could also not be reasonably possibly true?
Thank you.
What could be the truth?
My take on this, Commissioners, is we have to understand that he's giving this explanation to the media in 2013, and he's passing everything off on this person called Cyril Beaker, who had been murdered in May 2010. So it's very convenient now, because dead men, as we know, cannot speak. So he blames everything on Cyril Beaker. But let's say his story was true. It was common cause in the country at the time that Cyril Beaker was murdered, that Cyril Beaker himself was part of the Cape Town underworld and was running protection rackets in Cape Town. So why on earth would you want to get involved in getting a loan from a person that was involved in protection rackets in Cape Town? And why on earth would you go to a company, the lawyer of a company called Groep 2 Belegging, without finding out who is this company? Now, you're a commander of an organized crime unit in Germiston. And if this hadn't have come out in the media, which it did, and it only came out in the media because I found out about it, then he would have concocted another story, I suppose. But the story is absolutely feeble. And if it was true, what was he doing business with a member of the Cape Town underworld, borrowing 408,000 rand? So whether he borrowed the money from Radovan Krecher or borrowed it from Cyril Beaker, it's the same difference.
Can I ask a question? You sent an email to General Sibia and I assume to General Dramat. Is it not fair to assume that since you reported the matter to them, in fact, you asked for then Colonel Steyn to be suspended? Is it not fair to assume that they looked into the matter and their view was that there was no wrongdoing?
So thank you, Commissioner. In fact, what happened was Colonel Steyn was suspended as a result of this. And this was now in November 2013, okay? And if one looks at what happened after that, unfortunately, my time was taken up with bigger issues, because on January the 9th, 2014, which was 6 weeks later or 7 weeks later, first of all, Radovan Krecher was arrested at the same time. So we had Radovan Krecher arrested, we had Colonel Steyn suspended, and then on the 9th of January in 2014, 7 people were arrested just down the road from my house, planning to murder me. So they were planning to take me out. Now, that took my eye off this ball completely. I was more interested in focusing on other issues than a allegedly corrupt police official at Germiston organized crime. However, a few months after this, I was informed that he'd actually left the police. And I therefore decided not to take the matter any further. Because where do you stop? I'm a one-man band. I've got 1 or 2 staff working for me, but all this type of work I'm doing on my own. And I had much bigger fish to fry. So I wish I had pursued it further, but I didn't. So it is what it is.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Then my question, I think it's close to what Commissioner Khumalo is placed before you. At 1.3.15, 1.3.15, 15, at page 10.
Yes.
You then, having expressed yourself in the terms that you have, you say Colonel Steyn inexplicably managed to avoid being charged criminally or even disciplined by SAPS in relation to this misconduct. My question is, what is the misconduct that you complain of specifically here? Is it receiving that loan? Is that what you consider to be the misconduct?
If one looks at Section 3 of Act 12 of 2004, it describes in some detail what gratification is. And gratification is also classed as a quote-unquote loan. So I was satisfied that this was a breach of Act 12 of 2004. However, given the serious volume of work on my plate at the time, I neglected to pursue it any further. But the reality is, if I hadn't have seen him testify, and somebody sent me a picture, by the way, they said, look, the guy that you thought had been dismissed, he's not dismissed, he's still working in the police, he's just moved to the West Rand from the East Rand. I was shocked. The first thing I did was pick up the phone and phone Advocate Chaskuson. I said, listen, that witness you just had on your stand, you need to know about him. And I sent him the necessary documentation. And that's why I thought it would be best to include this in my evidence, Commissioners. I'm sorry, but I just felt, wow, in that moment in time in my life, he presented me with a lot of problems. When a friend phones me and tells me that they want to shoot them because he's got my cell phone records, of course, Radovan Krejcir was in prison. So I just kind of lost interest in the matter. I should have pushed it further forward. Thank you.
Now, my question was trying to understand what is the misconduct you complain of. You say you call it potential gratification, just that your statement doesn't highlight gratification for what, and neither does your Annexure M, being the email you addressed to Sergeant Sitole and
So
Gibea.
if you look at the emails that I sent, I make it clear that it's gratification. I don't necessarily reference Section 3 and what...
No, I'm happy with that,
Okay.
but then if you just perhaps shed some light, gratification in exchange of? He was being paid gratification in exchange for what?
So
You don't set it out in your statement, it's not in your letter of complaint.
the commissioners would bear with me on this one because I lecture on the subject,
Please don't.
but there doesn't have to be a quid pro quo.
Okay.
There can be what's described as a generally corrupt relationship. And if one looks as an example, the state versus J. Celebi, that's exactly what the trial judge found, that there wasn't a quid pro quo, but there was a generally corrupt relationship. So I'm not in a position to say what the quid pro quo was, but I'm satisfied that there was a generally corrupt relationship. I don't believe that he was paid 400,000 Rand for my cell phone records. I think that was just part of the generally corrupt relationship. That's my understanding.
Would it not be a generally corrupt relationship in the sense that there isn't what you get now is not necessarily for something specific. You may get something here, something there, something there. All of those being a gratification. You from your side may also do something there, something there, something there, which is not necessarily related to something that you specifically received for what you are doing. So it's general in that sense. When the corruptor thinks of giving you something, they give it to you.
Correct.
But they expect that at one point or another, you will also do something. So there isn't any correlation between what you get and what you do.
Yes.
You do as and when you feel, let me do something here. And you are given something, not necessarily in relation to something that you are doing now or are to do now or shortly thereafter. But you get it on the understanding that at some point you may have to do something. So it's generally,
I 100% agree
Yes.
with you, Commissioner.
yes. But I thought you were saying that doesn't necessarily have to be gratification.
So, Commissioner, what I'm saying is, if there's a generally corrupt relationship, you can't pinpoint directly exactly what was done for the 400,000 rand. I remember a few years ago doing an investigation in respect of wildlife permits that were being issued to people that were buying and selling registered game. And the person, I'm not going to mention his name, the person that was issuing the wildlife permits would drag his feet in issuing the permits. It would take a long time to issue the permits. And then one day, the game farmer would phone him and say, listen, I've rounded up these wildebeest. I need to move them. I need the permit urgently. And he said, no, man, I can't come because I'm at the bank. I'm trying to get a loan. Oh, well, listen, we'll give you a loan, but we need you here now to issue the permit. That's how it starts. And it starts like that. So I don't know what took place between Colonel Steyn and Radovan Kretje or Cyril Beaker that resulted in the 408,000 rand loan. If it was a loan, I believe it was just a payment that was used to pay off his bond. And as a result of that payment, he would have provided who knows what services.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I just check this? Mr. O'Sullivan, about this topic, you have at page 210, that letter that you sent.
Sorry, which page?
210. 210. And that's your Annexure K.
Yes.
That letter there, it speaks to the loan or the alleged loan. Is there anything else that you communicated with whether General Sibia or Dramat?
So what I've done...
Other than
Yes,
this
Commissioner, what I've
matter?
done, when I've sent this email, it's a email, if you have a look at the top of the email, underneath who it's sent to, it says subject, FW, your client Radovan Kretje. FW means it's forwarded. So then you look over the next page, which is 211, and that deals with my allegations against Radovan Kretje and Colonel Steyn. So I'm actually forwarding those allegations that I've made.
Okay. Maybe my more direct question is, did you communicate to General Sibia or General Dramat the complaint about access to your call information?
Can I just refer you to page 211,
Yes.
blah, 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 blah.
This is
One,
the
two,
this is
three,
the letter.
Fourth paragraph.
This is
It
the
says,
letter to the
I can
attorneys.
now prove that Steyn supplied Kretje with my cellular phone records, thereby further putting my life at risk. So that's the message I'm trying to get through. And that's what I'm trying
Please.
to share with General Sibia and General Dramat.
Can you please read that from the beginning? At the tail end, you spoke at the same time with Commissioner Baloyi. Can you read
Okay,
that? Yeah.
sorry, Commissioner. So in the email, which I've sent to Radovan Kretje's lawyers, and it's a very tongue-in-cheek, I'm demanding 5 million rand the purpose of that email is to let Radovan Krejcir know, by the way, at this stage, he's been arrested. He was arrested, I think, the day before this email was sent. It was all happening around the same time. And I thought he would get out of jail on bail, but he never got bail. So I've sent this and I said, I'm giving notice of my intention to sue your client. Of course, I didn't sue him. But I explain in detail, I can now prove that Steyn supplied Krejcir with my cellular phone records. And I talk about Radovan Krejcir having corrupted Steyn. So I have now forwarded this email. If you look at the heading of the email, it says your client Radovan Krejcir. If you look at the heading of the mail, the subject line to General Sabir and General Dramat, it's forwarded your client Radovan Krejcir. So it's including that. The two are meant to be read together. And that's the point I'm trying to make. That here you have a policeman who's a colonel in the police, and look at what he's up to. That was the point I'm trying to make. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And before we, if I may, before we leave that particular letter that you wrote to the attorneys, that paragraph, was it paragraph 4? You read into the record, I can now prove that Steyn supplied Krejcir with my cellular phone records, thereby further putting my life at risk. Did you ever provide General Sibia and or Dramat with the evidence that you say you have, that that can prove that Steyn supplied Krejcir with your cellular phone records?
No, Commissioners, I didn't.
Okay.
So what I'm doing here is I'm bluffing Radovan Krejcir's lawyers. I'm making them think I can prove it.
Okay.
Because I want them to think I've got the evidence. But the reality is I didn't have the evidence. All I had was a phone call and the emails that I had from Vodacom saying these were the three case numbers.
Yes.
So I wanted to, it was a case of joining the dots. The evidence would have only been obtained if I could get those Section 205 applications.
Understood. I'm with you. Thank you. If we then turn to page 11, you start a new topic.
Please continue.
Thank you, Chair. I see it's 3:45. There are only, besides the topic we're about to open, two other topics for Mr. O'Sullivan to deal with, and I think it's possible to complete today. If that is the decision that we set beyond 4 to complete his testimony, may I then call for a comfort break perhaps now, but whatever time the Chair decides. Then when we resume, we take his statement to the end.
Let's adjourn and resume at 4 p.m.
It is 15:59. Please make sure that your devices are off. We are ready to resume. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. O'Sullivan, if we could now turn to your page 11, please switch on your mics, both of them, the microphones. Thank you. We are now at your page 11, at item 1.4, and you have headed this Major General Feroz Khan.
Yes.
You deal with that over the next 2 pages. So if you could highlight for the commissioners the key aspects of this subtopic.
Yeah, if I can suggest that we start with Annexure M.
That will be page 216?
216.
Yes.
Annexure M, Commissioners, is an email that I sent to the then Commissioner of Police, Commissioner Sitoli. Kekla Sitoli was the Commissioner of Police in May 2021. And I copied Lieutenant General Lebea, who at that stage was the head of DPCI. And my email references a tip-off that we had received at Forensics for Justice. So just to be clear, Forensics for Justice has an online tip-off portal, and it also has a telephonic tip-off portal. So people can phone anonymously, and the number is 0800 118 118. And we occasionally get these messages through. And a message came through, and it was a demand to speak to me. And I phoned the person back, and he insisted on providing this information. So what we do, we often get tip-offs, and the information doesn't check out. It doesn't look like something that's genuine. Or sometimes what happens is you'll get a captain who's in dispute with a general, or a colonel who's in dispute with a general, and they'll make spurious complaints. And when we get these tip-offs, before we do anything, we look at the background of it to see if there is anything there. Otherwise, what might be happening is we might be aiding and abetting malicious tip-offs against senior officers. But when we received this tip-off, I met with the person concerned. And the information that was given on the tip-off is listed there. And I'll just read it out quickly on page 216. 1, is involved in facilitating drug trafficking with Nassif Modak of the Western Cape. Well, we know that Nassif Modak of the Western Cape is now in prison. 2, is involved in chop shops and the selling of the products thereof. And now chop shop is a colloquial term meaning places where you dismantle stolen cars into component parts and sell the component parts. He's involved in money laundering for criminals in the underworld. 4, he protects certain criminals, notably Mr. Pregi Padeachi, who is a close friend of ex-Deputy National Commissioner Vinesh Kumar Munu, who is currently alleged to be involved in illicit tobacco trade. And 5, he has no security clearance and would not get security clearance because of his covert criminal activities and questionable business activities. Now, these are allegations. They're not factually sound, but they're allegations. Now, when we got the allegations, we carry out some background checks, as I've mentioned. And in this case, what we did was we decided to have a look at General Khan. So attached to the email that we sent was the document, which is now pages 218, 219, 220, 221, 220, right up until, well, it's all these pages, right up until page 237. Because pages 218 to 224 is our research, it's the research we've done. But when the person gave me the tip-off, the person supplied me with the pages 225 to 237 as what that person considered to be substantiating the allegations. And it's not our position in life to make any findings about these sort of things. So when we get these type of allegations, what we do is we raise it. And the only place to raise such an important matter as this is with the National Commissioner. So we attach all these documents. As I've mentioned, Commissioners, pages 218 to 224 is our own research. And from our own research, we were able to see that at that moment in time, remember we're going back to 2021, General Khan was an active director of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 companies. Now, when we look at some of those companies, which we obviously did some background checks on, we were able to establish that some of the companies were involved in the spare parts business of motor vehicles. And you can see a couple of them there. One is called Spares Oasis. We were able to trace a premises where spare parts for motor cars are being sold from. Another one is called Magic Motor Spares. So when you look at all this, and by the way, there's a PTY called Spares Oasis, and there's also a CC called Spares Oasis. So we take all this information, and then we look at the lifestyle of the individual concerned. And the lifestyle audit that we did gave the indication that this was not a person living on a Major General's salary. It was a lifestyle of a person in a much more affluent position. So all we did was simply supply the information and then say, there you are, that's it. We leave you to get on with it. And it's not our job then to go knocking on the door and saying, hey, what have you done about this? What have you done about that? Because our function is just to supply the information. And that's what we did. And that's made clear in my statement on page 11. And in my email, I think I've said, we find it should be impossible for a full-time Major General in the police to be moonlighting as a director of 10 businesses. And at least 2 of those businesses indicate a trade in spare car parts, an activity diametrically opposed to the work of crime intelligence, given the high levels of vehicle crime in Gauteng. So we're just making the point. That's it. And we left it at that.
Okay. You then firstly, did you ever receive a response to your complaint?
No.
You deal with another annexure at paragraph 1.4.2.
Before you do that, Mr. O'Sullivan, I'm looking at your page 218 in that big bundle.
Page 218, yes.
Yes, you've got that list of properties there. I just want to understand, well, it starts at 218 and it goes to 219. So you've got a list of properties and then you've got dates. So if we start at 218, the first property has got a purchase date, right?
Yes.
And then you go to 219.
So what 218 shows 2 properties, and on 219, so when you're doing the search, if you click with your mouse where it says title deed number, it generates the pattern that you see.
The
in
reported
219.
219.
So
Okay.
it's giving you an explanation of where that property is and what the purchase price was and whether there's a bond and the transfer document number and so on. So that's the information that you would gain from that. And then,
Yes.
of course, you're able to get the address. And as you see, the one is based in Houghton Estate.
Yes.
And
Let me ask you my question. It's about the dates that I wanted to ask. What is the relationship between the dates in the first box with the heading properties and then the dates in the box with the heading addresses? There's a different.
Oh, yes.
You
So
see
what happens is every time any individual applies for credit or opens an account or anything of that nature where somebody does a credit check, when a person does a credit check on an individual, they list the data that that person supplies when he does a credit check. So you would quite often end up with a situation where here, for example, where it says addresses, that date would relate to when that person supplied that address to either a credit provider or an account provider.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. At paragraph 1.4.2, still at your page 11, you introduce an annexure N.
Yep.
Can you deal with the contents of your paragraph 1.4.2 and perhaps in so doing, place into context how you obtain that annexure N and under what circumstances?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank
please.
you, Commissioners. So when I was preparing my evidence for the Commission, during that process, I had to engage in, I suppose, a toing and froing process with Advocate Chaskelson, where I would be drafting certain things. And I said to him, oh, by the way, you know, this is what happened insofar as Major General Khan is concerned. And he said, did you ever see a letter from Ian Levitt, attorneys, complaining about you? And I said, no, I've never seen such a letter. He said, well, would you be interested to know there is such a letter? And Advocate Chaskelson forwarded this letter to me, and I was quite gobsmacked to see it. Because here I am making a complaint by way of a tip-off, and the information that we've supplied with that tip-off. And I supplied that complaint in, let me have a look at the date.
24th of May, 2021.
24th of May. So I supplied that tip-off on the 24th of May. And here we are 30 days later, or 31 days later, a month later, on the 24th of June, with this complaint coming through from Ian Levitt addressed to General Satoli. And it's coincidental that my email is addressed to General Satoli. Now, General Satoli never came back to me about my complaint.
And your annexure N starts at 238. That is then the letter that you say was written, addressed to the National Commissioner
Yes.
by General Khan's attorneys.
Yes, and I've analysed this letter, and my problem with it, apart from complaining about me highlighting alleged unethical conduct on his part, the lawyer doesn't address any of the allegations whatsoever. No once does he say my client has done nothing wrong. The whole thing is about complaining about Paul O'Sullivan.
Yes. And at page 239, the same document overleaf, this letter advises the National Commissioner that a meeting subsequently took place between their client, I take it Mr. Khan, and yourself.
Yes.
Can you deal with the contents of that first paragraph?
Yes.
That suggests that a solution was reached.
So, thank you. Commissioners, you have to read paragraphs 4 and 5 together because they belong together.
Yes.
In paragraph 4, he makes the statement that he came to see me on the 15th of June, 2021. It could be correct. I can't remember because I can't remember back that far, but I do remember him coming to see me. And I was quite flabbergasted when he came to see me because when he sat in my boardroom, he said, "You've made a complaint against me." I said, "No, I haven't." I'm hardly going to admit that I've laid a complaint against him because if I say to him, "Yes, I've made a complaint, here's a copy of it," I may be guilty of the offence of defeating the ends of justice. So I decide, no, I'm just going to deny it. And then he says in this paragraph that at this meeting, I offered to confirm under oath that I hadn't made a complaint against him. Well, I just want to place on record that I never made such an offer. However, if we go on to paragraph 5 of the same letter, the lawyer says, pursuant to the meeting, our client made further inquiries and reliably ascertained that Sullivan, I obviously mean O'Sullivan, was not being truthful, and that in fact not only had Sullivan laid criminal charges with the DPCI, but that Sullivan had accessed our client's personal information. In doing so, and in contravention of the Protection of Personal Information Act, POPI. And as I've pointed out earlier, we can access personal information, but not on an arbitrary basis. You can only do it if you're investigating a potential fraud or for fraud prevention or for corruption prevention, that sort of thing. So you don't just pick a person at random and say, oh, let's dig into this person. There has to be some probable cause, shall we say. So the tip-off was what made us do the look at this situation, and then we supplied the information. So quite clearly, since I'd sent that email to General Satoli with a copy to General Labia, I've not shared it with anybody else. So either somebody at their office or they themselves have shared that information with General Khan. So I've now got him coming to my office, demanding to know why I've laid a complaint against him. So I've had to deal with that issue. But I just denied it. I said, no, I didn't lay a complaint against you.
Did you ever pursue either General Lebea or General Sitole regarding your complaint to establish what had become of it?
So as I mentioned earlier to the commissioners, if I had to pursue every single tip-off that comes through our office to the nth degree, in other words, to keep knocking on the door, well, we're eventually going to become a nuisance to somebody. We receive the information, we validate it, and we pass it on. We package it and we pass it on. That's all we do. It's not our job to investigate it. So we just look at it, pass it on, and then we believe it's up to the police. And in this case, it was up to either General Sitoli or General Labia to look into it. But as I've said in my statement, I didn't hear from them again. So I'm assuming they didn't look into it.
In your statement, page 12, paragraph 1.4.4, you then introduce Annexure P, which would be your correspondence with General Masemula of 31st July 2023.
Yes.
And I understand from that communication that you shared the same Annexure M that you had originally written to General Sitole.
Yes.
With General Masemula. You deal with those issues at your paragraph 1.4.4.
Yes. So what happened there, Commissioners, on the 30th of July, 2023, which is now 2 years after I've laid this formal complaint with General Sitole. By this stage, the Commissioner of Police is now General Masemola. So on the 30th of July, I look at News 24, and there's this scandalous article, which is attached as Annexure O.
That's at page 241.
241, where it refers to top cop attending EFF gala, a shameful, offensive slap in the face of South Africans. and it talks about General Khan, and it talks about the fact that his ticket for General Khan at this EFF gala dinner had been paid for by, shall we say, associates of General Khan, who were allegedly involved in the illicit tobacco trade. So I see this, and I think, wow, this is not good. It's 2 years since I've sent a formal complaint through to General Sitoli and General Libya. Now, I decide I'm not going to engage with General Libya again because I've already engaged with him and he's done nothing. So I write to the new, or then relatively new, Commissioner of Police, which is General Masemola,
Yes.
on the 31st of July, which is the day after I've read this article. And I say, Dear General Masemola, it's most disheartening to read in the media about how rotten crime intelligence is. Police management know about this man, Feroz Khan, but what is going to be done about it? And by the way, when I send this email, I attach to it, so I'm forwarding the original email that I've sent 2 years earlier. And I said, it will take someone explaining to understand how this man can jet around the country in a jet owned by a tobacco smuggling kingpin, Syed. Of course, I could have used the word alleged, but I didn't. And also drive around in Lamborghinis. I said, does it need for him to be caught with a smoking gun for the management to get rid of him? And when I talk about management commissioners, I'm talking about management of the police. And then I say, I'm copying the editor of News 24, as I believe the people of South Africa have a right to know what's been going on. And then I say, I finish the email up with, although General Sitoli did not bother able to do so.
Did you receive a response to this communication? And if so, what was, in summary, the response?
No, commissioners, no response whatsoever. And by that stage, I think it became the order of the day that any such communications were just ignored. So that didn't stop me from making the communications, because later on, when we have a commission of inquiry like this, I can show, but hang on a minute, this is not the first time these things have cropped out of the woodwork. Here we've got the evidence that I've been continually supplying information and evidence, and nothing has been done about it. And that's why you're going to find later in my affidavit, I make it clear that actually police management does not take action against senior police officials unless they have an agenda or motive for doing so. And that is part of the problem that we have with the police service today.
You don't say in your statement, but besides the newspaper articles and the reports you filed following whatever investigations you did around General Khan's companies, was there any evidence that you provided to either General Masemola, General Libya, or General Sitole that constitutes evidence to support the allegations you make in your previous communication to them of May 2021? Or is it what you have shared with the Commission now that you made available to these generals?
I was not able to supply any prima facie evidence. If I had prima facie evidence, commissioners, apart from notifying the management of the police, I would have opened a criminal docket. But you cannot open a criminal docket based on a hypothesis. So what we would have expected to do as Forensics for Justice, we expected the management of the police to take this and look at it.
Yes.
But unfortunately, nothing was done.
Noted. Is there anything else on that subtopic you would like to highlight? Because you start a new one at your page 13.
No, I think we've covered that in sufficient detail.
Okay. Then if we turn to page 13 at paragraph 1.5, you now introduce a different topic. You headed the erstwhile acting commissioner, Lieutenant General Pahlane. You deal quite extensively with this matter. If you could briefly then address yourself to it.
Yes.
And as you do so, because at your paragraph 1.5.3, you introduce the DPCI judge report, which is your annexure Q. If you could just highlight the relevance of those findings in that
Yes.
report
Yes.
to the terms of reference of the commission. Thank you.
So what I'm trying to get across here, commissioners, is that if you have an entity such as Forensics for Justice, which at the end of the day, it's a not-for-profit organization or charity, whatever you want to call it, the reality is that we are not out there to conduct ourselves in a malicious manner. We're out there to help bring accountability specifically in the criminal justice system. So the purpose of this section of my evidence is to show that if you step out and expose corruption within the criminal justice system, you actually become a target yourself. And that's exactly what happened here. And if I can place on record that in respect of General Pahlane, that between 2015 and 2017, I carried out extensive investigations and lodged various criminal complaints against General Pahlane with IPID. I supplied copies of my criminal complaint to then Deputy President of South Africa, now President Cyril Ramaphosa. As a result of the complaints I made against General Pahlane, I was singled out for unlawful action by corrupt police officials at the instance of both General Pahlane and other senior officers. The crimes against me included multiple arrests, multiple raids on my home and offices, kidnapping, torture, unlawful imprisonment, and multiple attempts at murder by proxy. And I can go into a lot of detail on that, but to save time, I'm not going to. But we had a situation where the attempts to murder me were being instigated by senior police officials. I was unlawfully arrested and detained over 2 years later for using my Irish passport. The reason I used my Irish passport was because at the time Radovan Krejcir wasn't in jail, but he had cops on his payroll and they were waiting for me to come back into South Africa so they could arrange for me to be murdered. So what I did was I slipped in on my Irish passport instead of my South African passport. And 2 years later, I get arrested for that because that's all they could find to arrest me on. And they detained me for 4 days. We talk about General Pahlane. The evidence will show that he's currently on trial, on various trials, and the sum total of the corrupt contracts exceeds 500 million rand. Now, those trials are ongoing. So, in 2016, as a result of all this unlawful conduct against myself, which was coming from DPCI, and by that stage, I'm saying DPCI was captured and the National Prosecuting Authority was captured. As a result of this unlawful conduct, I laid a formal complaint with the judge for they call him the DPCI judge. He was a retired judge. And I laid a formal complaint comprising 3 lever arch files. And that complaint was laid in 2016, towards the end of 2016. On the 6th of October 2022, the judge released
Sorry. I think paragraph 1.5.3, the last line, an amendment should be made there. It says you laid your complaint in July 2026.
Thank you. It should be 2016.
Thank you.
That's a typo for which I apologize. So, in fact, I laid the complaint in July 2016, and it comprised of 3 lever arch files with all the evidence. And then I left the DPCI judge to get on with it. And the DPCI judge issued a report, which is contained as Annexure Q at 246. Now, that's a very lengthy report, Commissioners. So what I've done, on page 14, I've extracted the relevant sections of the report, and I'd like to read it into the record halfway down page 14, and it continues on page 15, and it finishes at the top of page 16, so it's only about 2 or 3 minutes of reading. And the DPCI judge made the following findings against Major General Mokateri. In respect of Mr. O'Sullivan's arrest and the manner in which it was carried out at OR Tambo International Airport on 01 April 2016 in the presence of his children, needlessly detained for several days for what is a minor infraction of having allegedly contravened Section 26B of the South African Citizens Act, and his dubious prosecution in State versus O'Sullivan, case number B803/2016 Kempton Park, for which he was acquitted in terms of Section 174 of the Criminal Procedures Act. Major General Mokateri is found guilty of having seriously and unlawfully infringed the rights of Mr. O'Sullivan as contemplated in Section 17L of the SAPS Act. As far as the cold cases against
Mr. O'Sullivan, here? Yes. Why Mr. General Mokotedi? Is it because he's the one that effected the arrest?
So,
was he the complaint? What happened?
No, Commissioner. General Mokateri had been, and I'll be able to prove this, it's not just an allegation, General Mokateri had been unlawfully appointed as the head of DPCI in Gauteng during the state capture process. So you had General Ntlemeza. I'd opened a case against General Ntlemeza before this, by the way. I'd opened a case against General Ntlemeza. I'd opened a case against Lieutenant General Pashlani, who was the acting Commissioner of Police, and I'd opened a case against General Mokateri. So Mokateri was the senior person who led the group of about 30 police officials who targeted me and Forensics for Justice and the staff that worked for me. So there was, as you will see, there was a campaign over several years against us.
Thank you.
Shall I carry on? As far as the cold cases against Mr. O'Sullivan that Major General Mokateri unearthed and reinvestigated are concerned, it's certainly permissible for Major General to have done so. What he has made himself guilty of is falsely claim under oath, as the DPCI judge observes in para 26 above this report, paragraph 61, one has to be extremely gullible to accord any credence to Mokateri's averment that pursuant to O'Sullivan's arrest on 01 April 2016 at OR Tambo International Airport, all the complainants in the cold cases magically came out of the woodwork and urged that charges they laid against O'Sullivan years before be resuscitated or reopened. Such coincidence defies credulity, and I reject this explanation as a figment of his fertile imagination. A conspectus of the facts, circumstances strongly mitigate against it. All 9 reinvestigated cases proved to have been moribund, and none of them survived as far as could be determined. Now, Commissioners, if I can just stop there and explain to you what those cases related to, those 9 moribund cases. Apart from running Forensics for Justice, I have other business activities. I run a property company and I run a forensic practice. And the forensic practice, we carry out forensic investigations for corporations. So if fraud has been committed, or corruption has been committed within a corporation, they'll engage our services to carry out an investigation. And quite often, it would entail us then assisting that client to open a criminal docket for fraud or theft or corruption or whatever the case may be. And in the criminal justice system today, we have a situation where quite often, to distract attention away from their own criminal activity, you get the suspects in these cases opening cases against the people who are investigating them. It goes on all the time. And I would say probably over 200-300 investigations that we've carried out, there's probably been 10 or 12 where the suspects have opened cases against us. And those cases have got no legs at all. It's just a distraction. So I just wanted to explain that. Then the DPCI judge goes on to say, it is common cause that the relationship between O'Sullivan and Mokatedi was and remains strained, if not acrimonious. I am acutely alive to the fact that Mokatedi may have harboured an ulterior motive for reopening the aforesaid cold cases. Then he goes on a bit further. However, I'm satisfied that the reinvestigation of the cases was meant to and did harass O'Sullivan. It was designed to have a chilling effect on his forensic investigations and to fight corruption. Sometimes it appears he acted unconventionally. That's me they're talking about. But so far as the DPCI judge could discern, not unlawfully. Well, of course, we act unconventionally. And that's why we have the success ratio that we have, because we step above and beyond what normal people would do. Then he goes on to say, paragraph 63, which is on page 15, to put Mr. O'Sullivan to such unwarranted great expense to defend the unmeritorial cases was prejudicial to him and seriously and wrongfully infringed his constitutional rights as contemplated in section 17L of the SAPS Act. Then he says at 64, the failure by Mokatedi to obtain a security clearance. Now, this is the crux of the issue, Commissioners. This is the most important part of this whole story. The failure by Mokatedi to obtain a security clearance for almost 3 years is unlawful and a transgression of Section 17E of the South African Police Service Act and Section 2A of the National Strategic Intelligence Act. Mokatedi disgracefully tried to shield behind his employer. However, he had a concomitant duty and responsibility to obtain the clearance. In addition, his appointment set out in paragraph 44(2) above was subject to a security clearance of top secret. And I need to pause there to mention, Commissioners, the law is crystal clear. You cannot be appointed as a provincial commissioner of DPCI if you don't have top secret security clearance. He never had it. And then he says, nevertheless, no direct connection can be made or line drawn between the Mokatedi's spurious appointment as provincial head of the Hawks and the woeful treatment meted out to O'Sullivan. Be that as it may, he should never have been appointed to such a lofty position. Least of all, he should not have been given a permanent contract of appointment under the sketched prevailing circumstances. Now, Commissioners, at the end of the report, he makes a conclusion and he recommends to the Commissioner of Police, General Masemola, that Major General Mokatedi should be dealt with. And what's interesting here, Commissioners, is that Major General Mokatedi was the provincial head of DPCI. Now, DPCI, in terms of the Glenister judgment, is handled in terms of Section 17 of the Police Service Act. So it's a separate section of the police service. It's supposed to be separate. And if you're appointed as provincial head of DPCI, and then you're found wanting and you don't have security clearance, what happened in this case? Instead of him being dismissed, he was just moved sideways into the police service from DPCI. And I wasn't happy about that. In fact, I was quite livid. And I continuously wrote to General Masemola and I requested him, why hasn't this person been dismissed? To cut a long story short, he was eventually dismissed, but not to do with the DPCI judge's report, to do with another matter completely. So I just wanted to record those facts, that General Masemola did not lift a finger to deal with the DPCI judge report, which report was issued in 2022. And General Mokoteri only finally left the service towards the end of 2024, which means he sat on the payroll, the taxpayers' payroll, for a further 2 years, twiddling his thumbs. He wasn't working.
Mr. Sullivan, just a small issue. Your paragraph numbers where you quote the DPCI judge's report.
64, did you say?
Yes, they are incorrect. Sorry, on page 15 of your statement, at least in two respects, you seem to have quoted the unnumbered quotations, but you've given them paragraph numbers. So your paragraph 61 on page 15 in the judge's report is just an unnumbered quotation.
Let me just have a look, sorry.
If you go to page 319 of the annexures, it's just two paragraphs that we need to correct.
I'm just going to have a quick look here. 64, yeah. So it would appear to me, if I can beg for your forgiveness, so what's happened is I've created this on Word,
Yes.
and I've typed it in, and sometimes Word changes the paragraph numbers without your permission. And I think that's what's happened here.
Yes.
So for the purpose of correctness, we probably need to say,
So this is what we will do. Let me assist you. What you have numbered paragraph 61 on page 15 is an unnumbered paragraph in the judge's report. It's just a quotation of the earlier evidence on paragraph 26.
Yep.
So that 61 must go out.
Yep.
Which means what you have as 62
Becomes
will
61.
then be 61.
yep,
And
63
then
becomes 62.
what you have as 63, that's another
Yep,
quotation, so we will have to correct that. And then what you have as 64, which says the failure, will be 63 according to the report you see on page 320.
yep.
Yes, and then what you have as 65 will then be 64, the paragraph that starts with nevertheless.
I have it.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. My sense is that you have covered everything you have set out in your statement regarding General Patlane, your complaint regarding General Patlane and the DPCI judge report. Is there anything else that you conclude by saying, notwithstanding the referral of that report to General Masemola, General Masemola failed to take action?
Yep.
If I understood the report correctly, the action General Masemola was invited to take was against Major General Prince Mukotedi and not against General Patlane, was it? If you look at your summary at page 16.
Your page number, sorry?
Your summary at page 16, paragraph 1.5.6, you quote the conclusion reached by the judge.
Fanny Masemola.
You say this, and it quotes under capital A in parentheses, this is an appropriate DPCI judge's report deserving attention of the National Commission of
Correct.
Police.
This is the conclusion of the DPCI judge's report.
Yes.
If you look towards the end, I should give you the page number there.
We'll locate the page, quickly the page number for you. The point I'm making is that was a conclusion for the purposes of taking action against Major General Mukotedi and not General Patlane. Am I reading it correct?
I don't mention General Pashlani.
Yes, I'm saying the topic deals with General Patlane. The DPCI judge's report makes findings, is in large part concerning the conduct of Major General Mukotedi, and makes findings as you have tabulated them at page 14.
That's to be seen on page 326
Yes.
of the evidence. It refers to deserving the attention of National Commissioner General Masemola.
Yes. And I'm saying that what deserves General Masemula's attention is what you have set out at page 14
Yep.
in the boxes. The following findings against Major General Mukotedi are made. It's
Correct.
those findings that are brought to the attention of General Masemola,
Correct.
and General Masemola is called upon to take appropriate steps.
Which is what should have happened.
Yeah, and the only point I sought to make was that this is not about General Patlane.
No, it's nothing to do with General Pashlani.
I fully, that clarity.
The only thing it's to do about General Pashlani is that all of this conduct happened against me
Yes,
because I opened a criminal complaint against General Pashlani. So everything that's listed here happened against me and others that were connected to me. But the driving force, according to the DPCI judge report, was General Mokotedi, who was acting on the instructions of both General Nklemeza. It doesn't say that in the report, but we know it for a fact, General Nklemeza and General Pashlani.
okay, understood. Yeah, I just wanted to make that clarity.
Yeah.
And do you know, are you aware of any steps then that General Masemola took against General Mukotedi?
None at all.
And at your paragraph 1.5.8, you confirm that General Masemola, as you say, quote unquote, did not lift a finger to implement the recommendations of the DPCI judge.
So, sorry, I didn't hear it. 1.5.7, I've said the relevance of the conclusion in the DPCI judge's report mentioned above is not lost on me and should not be lost on the Commission. General Mokotedi was never, from the date of his unlawful appointment, lawfully in his post, because he never had top secret clearance or secret clearance. Instead of dismissing him, General Abaya unlawfully agreed with General Masemola that it could simply be moved from DPCI to SAPS. So that's moving the problem instead of removing the problem. He was moved to the division known as Inspectorate, which functions or is supposed to function as the internal standards monitoring the police. It can be likened to hiring mice to guard the cheese, because here you have a situation where General Mokotedi has now been moved out of DPCI, where he can't be because he doesn't have top secret clearance, plus the DPCI judge has said he must be dealt with, and he's moved into the police. They have nowhere else to put him, so they've put him in the Inspectorate. Now, the Inspectorate is quite commonly known as the departure lounge in the police. If they haven't got work for a senior person, they stick them in the Inspectorate. And that's often where these generals end up before they find another job somewhere. So that's why it's colloquially referred to as the departure lounge.
Thank you. That would then lead us to your paragraph 1.5.9 at page 17, but you introduced a new topic there.
Yes.
And you heard that General Mkwanazi's unlawful assistance to General Patlane.
Yes.
Before you deal with the contents of that paragraph, you reference an affidavit by a Mr. Humbulani Kuba, which you invite to be tested. Presumably, the invitation is extended to the Commission.
Yes.
Commissioners, that affidavit is not part of your bundle. Mr. O'Sullivan has made a copy available, and we've got copies for you. Because of where it is referred to, we have an extra Q, which is the DPCI judge report. We propose this be the next document based on the structure of his statement, and we propose that it be marked Q1, so that at least we can associate it with paragraph 1.5.9 easily. Now, Mr. O'Sullivan will talk to this affidavit, but the commissioners will notice that the first document is a two-page affidavit dated the 16th of January 2026, and that affidavit seeks to introduce an earlier affidavit dated October 2020, according to the narrative, but the copies you have are undated. And it is stated that this particular October 2020 affidavit was prepared for the purposes of the Zondo Commission, but it would appear to have not been either finalized and filed, or the challenges that Mr. O'Sullivan has had is to locate a signed and filed copy of the annexure to this affidavit. So that's the context of these documents. Technically, there are two affidavits, the latest one now of 2026, and the two that are attached. The difference between the two, as I understand it, is that the one has got track changes, the second doesn't. It's a clean copy, but it's one and the same document. I hope that will assist in navigating this new annexure.
Yes.
Then, Mr. O'Sullivan, you start at, you may deal with your 1.5.9. You state that you are informed, I don't know by who, that you do not need to go into the details of the unlawful prosecutable conduct of General Mkwanazi pertaining to General Pashani, relating to the offenses I believe were committed in 2017 and 2018. It is in our engagement regarding the allegations you make there that you introduce Mr. Kumba's affidavit, which we now have marked Q1.
Yes.
So you may deal with the issues that you highlight there.
Thank you. So, Commissioners, to get the drift on this, to get an understanding of what took place here, we have to remember that I opened the case against General Pashlani, a criminal complaint. I opened that complaint in February 2016. And in that complaint, I alleged very serious corruption on the part of General Pashlani. And my docket set out chapter and verse. Remember what I said earlier. If I get a tip-off and there's no evidence, we just supply the information. In this case, it was more than a tip-off. I had evidence. And I took all that evidence and I packaged it and I opened a formal docket with IPID. But unfortunately, by that stage, IPID was captured. It was during that state capture period. And IPID was captured by virtue of the fact that two crime intelligence officials have been appointed to work in IPID, and they were allegedly controlling all of the investigations that IPID did. And then you had a situation where I opened my case with IPID in February 2016. And the complaint I laid was, a copy of it was supplied to General Pashlani instead of the matter being investigated. And that led to the attacks against myself and my staff. So, but what happened while all that was going on was there was a matter in the Supreme Court of Appeal, in fact, no, sorry, it was the Constitutional Court. And that was a matter of Robert McBride versus the Minister of Police. And the Constitutional Court ruled that the suspension of Robert McBride was unlawful, and it was an overreaching by the Minister of Police. And Robert McBride was given his job back, which meant that in November 2016, 10 months after I've opened this case against General Pashlani, the case suddenly came alive again. So I sat down with the people from IPID and I explained to them exactly what had gone on and the fact that for 10 months there'd been no investigation whatsoever other than supplying General Pashlani with a copy of the docket. So then what happened was IPID formed a small task team. And my understanding is that the task team was headed up by this gentleman, Hambulani Innocent Kuba. And he is currently the Limpopo director of IPID. At the time, I believe he was also the Limpopo director of IPID, but he was brought to Pretoria because they wanted somebody from outside the province to case manage my complaint against General Pashlani. And that's what Hambulani Kuba did. And he reported directly to Matthew Sissoko, who was the head of investigations at IPID. So what happened was there were a number of legs where General Pashlani attempted to derail the investigations into him. And those legs took various forms. One of the forms, and I'll say it briefly, was the appointment of the so-called Northwest team, which was General Mabula and a whole lot of brigadiers and colonels. And their job was to try and find dirt on the IPID investigators and myself. And they were quite busy with that. In fact, I was unlawfully arrested and charged, which is part of those other cases that eventually blew away. But what happened as well during that period was we had, according to Hambulani Kuba, we had the unlawful conduct of General Mkunazi. And I would like to just explain these pages that have been given to you now. I've got page numbers 333.1, 333.2, and so on. Now, 333.1 and 333.2 is a sworn affidavit saying that, look here, I can't find the original affidavit that I submitted in 2020 to the Zondo Commission. However, what I have been able to locate are the emails from the Zondo Commission giving me my draft affidavit. And I want to say that when I attach this affidavit, everything in there is true. And therefore, as you would know, making affidavits for a commission, it's an iterative process. It's not something that you just do and you're finished. You draft and then you add a bit and then you know, it's an iterative process. And this is the evidence. If you look at page 333.8, it's an email from Garth Holly, who was one of the evidence leaders at the State Capture Commission. And he's saying, "Hi, Innocent, please consider the attached statement that I drafted based on our consultation. We need to get as much corroboration as possible. I've raised a few issues on the papers. Please get back to me." This is what Mr. Kuba has been able to find. We've been in touch with Garth Holly, and unfortunately, the State Capture Commission, as you know, is wound down, and it's not possible to find the original statement that Hambulani Kuba made. And that's why I've suggested that I believe this person could be and possibly should be, briefly, because it's not a long story he has here, it's a very short story. And if you capture his story quickly, it's basically saying that in February 2018, he got a phone call from Major General Nematansela of Crime Intelligence. By the way, when you see all these issues, I just want to reiterate, most of these issues emanate from crime intelligence. It's always, 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 there's something to do with crime intelligence. He stated that he blah, 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 he wanted to meet with me. He provided me, on page 333.4, if we look at paragraph 10, I remained in the lobby, so he's now at a hotel somewhere in Pretoria. I remained in the lobby while we waited for the anonymous witness. So Mr. Kuba thought he was going to be meeting a witness. He was in telephonic discussion with the witness. In one of his discussions with this person, I recall him explaining that we are already seated here waiting for you. Nemeth and Shela and I had drinks, juice, while we waited for the anonymous witness. After one of his calls, this is now paragraph 11 on page 333.5, after one of his calls, Nemeth and Shela said to me that we could go now. We took the lift and went up to one of the floors. I do not recall which floor it was. When we got out of the lift, I saw Lieutenant General Mkhonazi. I immediately recognized him. I had interviewed him in the rendition matter. Mkhonazi asked us to switch off our cell phones and hand them to him. He took the phones and placed them in an adjacent room. Present in the meeting was General Mkhonazi, Nemeth and Shela, and me. So there's 3 of them in the room. I do not recall precisely how long the meeting lasted. I imagine that it took approximately 1 to 1.5 hours. I was present in the meeting with Mkhonazi and Nemeth and Shela. Mkhonazi started the meeting by talking about politics. He later explained that there were 2 IPID officials who had given Section 204 statements, Nkabindi and Mshlangu. Now, we all know who Nkabindi is. It's the same Cedric Nkabindi, who was subsequently dismissed or resigned from IPID and subsequently surfaced as the Chief of Staff for the Minister of Police. And he talks about Mashlangu. Mashlangu was one of the IPID investigators. His name was Mandla Mashlangu. It doesn't say that here, but I know who it is because I knew the person. He was approached also to give a witness statement. Unfortunately, he can't testify today because after he refused to sign the witness statement, he was subsequently murdered. And then it goes on at paragraph 15. Mkhonazi asked me for information that could implicate McBride in criminal wrongdoing involving Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. So the narrative, I should mention at this stage, that was being driven by General Pashlani was that I had captured IPID, that I had taken over IPID. And General Pashlani would even go on TV and refer to it as OPID. He went into Parliament on the 17th of May in 2017 and referred to IPID as being OPID. Very sarcastic. He wanted to know what they were involved in and how they were involved. He's talking about General Mkhonazi asking him about myself and McBride. I explained to him that I did not spend time with McBride socially and was accordingly not in a position to provide him with details of McBride's relationships with O'Sullivan. I should emphasize that at that point, at no point did he suggest that I should lie. I pause at this stage, Commissioners, to mention the only relationship I ever had with Robert McBride was the fact that he was the head of IPID. And after he was reinstated by the Constitutional Court, I went and met with him and told him about this case against Pashlani that was gathering dust for the previous 10 months. And that's as far as it went. He goes on at paragraph 16. Mkhonazi said that I would be taken care of, that I, who held the post of Chief Director, which would be at the rank of Major General in the SAPS, would be promoted to rank of Lieutenant General, which was on the same rank as him. Mkhonazi indicated that both Nkabindi and Mashlangu would also be promoted into higher ranks within the SAPS because of their cooperation. He explained that one of them had not yet signed. That was, I can tell you, was Mashlangu, because we know Nkabindi had signed. When I was leaving, he said that I should think about it. He said that he was meeting with Nkabindi and Mashlangu that evening. And then he talks about going back to the office and explaining all this to Matthew Sissoko, who was his direct boss, who was waiting for me. We discussed a lot about whether it was true that these 2 IPID officials had turned Section 204. We got the sense that Mkhonazi was trying to fish to get me to tell him what I knew. My sense was that he wanted to give me the impression that he already knew and that I should tell him since the information would already be shared by my officials. I returned to my hotel at approximately 21:30. I went to check at the hotel room of Nkabindi. They were in the same hotel. I knocked on his door and he did not answer. I phoned Sissoko and said this might be true because Nkabindi was not there. We were staying in the same hotel called Absolute Farringdon in Hatfield. At about 2400 or 0100, I heard Nkabindi returning to his room. I told myself I was not going to sleep until he returned. We had adjacent rooms. I sent Sissoko a message via WhatsApp saying he'd just come back. Madlanga later told Sissoko that he had been approached. I think Sissoko told McBride, who called a meeting to find out if anyone was approached. Madlanga confirmed that he had been approached. He said that he'd been approached by Como. Now, Como was the crime intelligence official working in ARPID. And the two crime intelligence officials have been placed by the Minister of Police into ARPID to manage investigations. In fact, how can you have crime intelligence officials working for a so-called independent body like ARPID? But what in fact happened, and I can just mention this on the record, that when Mr. McBride was reinstated to his position by the Constitutional Court, these two officials absconded from ARPID and never came back. They went back to crime intelligence. And then he says, I was expecting him to include Mkunazi, but he did not mention Mkunazi. On one occasion, he got angry with me for mentioning Mkunazi because he made it clear that he was a family friend. He did not want me to mention the name of Mkunazi. So the point I'm making, Commissioners, is that some sort of credence has to be given to this. Because here you have a situation where on the 6th of July last year, General Mkunazi calls a media briefing, a very dramatic, fantastic media briefing, where he talks about interference in investigations. But in fact, according to this statement, that's exactly what he was doing in the Pashlani investigation. He was interfering with ARPID and trying to get ARPID members to leave ARPID and give them some dirt on Robert McBride and allegedly against me as well.
Mr. O'Sullivan, where do we see in this affidavit that the overture or the approach by General Mkhwanazi related to the Pahlane case? Where do we see that in this affidavit?
So you cannot see that in that statement. You would have to be involved on the ground at the time, as I was, to know what was going on. And all of this was going on at the same time as the Pashlani investigation. And in my opinion, my humble opinion, the only way you're going to get to the bottom of this is either to get a detailed sworn statement from Mr. Kuba or get him to come and testify. I cannot believe it can take long for him to cover these aspects.
It may be so. It may be so that it won't take long, but I'm noting, for example, that Mr. Kuba did this two-page affidavit, the first 2 pages.
Yep.
On the 16th of January, 2026, the commission was sitting. I don't know for what purpose he prepared this
My
affidavit.
understanding, Commissioner, is that it was for the ad hoc committee of Parliament.
Yes. The point I'm making is that as recent as January 2026, where he prepares an affidavit, he doesn't say anything about General Mkhwanazi approaching him to interfere as a measure to interfere in the Pahlane investigation. In fact, at paragraph 18, he says, our sense was that he was trying to fish to get me to tell him what I knew. He doesn't say about what, but he has opportunity in January to say more on these earlier affidavits, and in particular, that he felt, even if it's just I felt, he was speaking to me, or he wanted me to interfere, or he was interfering in the Pahlane investigation. He doesn't say that. So my question really is, if we rely on these two affidavits, well, including the recent one, so all three, two drafts and this latest affidavit, there isn't anything in it that speaks to the very specific topic you're speaking to, which you say this is evidence of interference.
So,
And unless I misunderstand your evidence, I thought what you're saying is this is evidence of interference.
these documents themselves would not amount to evidence on their own of the interference. They would have to be read together with the High Court cases that took place at the time, where IPID launched urgent application to stop police interference in their investigation into Pashlani. And they were successful in that they got an order that the police must not do a counter investigation. Now, I was on the ground at this moment in time, so I knew what was going on. So I knew that this related to Mandla Mashlangu, by the way, Cedric and Kabindi. If you look at this, Commissioner, you will see that he does mention that Mkhwanazi was fishing to see what he could find out about Robert McBride and Paul O'Sullivan. And my only involvement with Robert McBride at that moment in time was the Pashlani investigation. I had no other involvement. That was it, short and sweet. So it's hard to draw that conclusion, I agree with you, but I do believe it's warranted, if possible, to either get the gentleman in or have one of the investigators take a more detailed sworn statement from him.
And the problem with that proposal that I can maybe let me start. I can understand when you say you were on the ground, and because you were on the ground, you are able to draw connections between this approach to IPID and what you knew was happening on the ground, including that the Pahlane, General Pahlane matter was taking life. So I can see, I'm prepared to accommodate that in your connection of the dots. That's the picture it creates. The difficulty, at least for me, is we have a statement here we have that unsigned affidavit where Mr. Kuba makes no reference to the Pahlane matter. And that is compounded by that as recently as January 2026.
Yep.
He gets to prepare another affidavit that attaches the unsigned one, and he doesn't speak to.
No, exactly.
He doesn't make that allegation.
No, I fully agree with you. If I was involved in the preparation of this statement in January 2026, I would have crossed the T's and dotted the I's and made it crystal clear what it was involved in.
Yes.
We know for a fact that Cedric and Kabindi left IPID, tried to join the police as a brigadier, and I wrote to General Sitoli at the time, and I said I would bring a court application if he's appointed in the police. So we know that was the status with Cedric and Kabindi. At the end of the day, this is crying out for further, shall we say, investigation. I understand that on its own, it's not a smoking gun, but I do believe there is a smoking gun to be had here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a similar question. Looking at the same affidavit, starting from paragraph 10, what you've basically read into the record.
So what page are we on?
I'm in Annexure Q1, Kuba's affidavit that we have just tendered. I'm at page 333.4. And I say it's only at paragraph 10 that Mr. Kuba deals with the engagement with General Mkhwanazi and following.
Yeah.
Now, my reading of that is that what Mr. Mkhwanazi wanted is what's reflected in paragraph 15. Mkhwanazi asked me for information that could implicate McBride in criminal wrongdoing involving Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. And if I read the document correctly, That's what seems to be the gist of the engagement between
Correct.
the two. Now, if we look at your statement at page 17, at paragraph 1.5.9, you speak of unlawful prosecutable conduct of General Mkhwanazi pertaining to General Pahlani relating to offenses, I believe, were committed in 2017 and 2018, when General Mkhwanazi was involved in unlawful attempts to prevent investigations and prosecution of General Pahlani. And then you quote this affidavit. Similarly, this affidavit doesn't help us understand the unlawful prosecutable conduct you reference, unless you suggest that General Mkhwanazi inquiring from Mr. Kuba whether he has information that could implicate McBride in criminal wrongdoing involving Mr. Paul O'Sullivan is the unlawful prosecutable conduct. Is that?
No, so that's why I've suggested, Commissioner, in my paragraph 1.5.9,
Yes.
I said I will not therefore canvass the matter. Safe to say that I feel very strongly that the evidence of Mr. Humbulani Kuba in this regard should be tested. In other words, it needs to be tested, because that's the only way you're really going to get to the bottom of the matter. I know what it is, but my knowledge is not evidence. It's just what I know. And I accept that it's not evidence.
I understand what you say. So you are inviting the commission to test and, to the extent necessary, perhaps engage with Mr. Kuba so that we can determine the unlawful prosecutable conduct of General Mkhwanazi and his involvement in unlawful attempts to prevent investigations and prosecution of General Pahlani.
That's correct.
Okay, I fully understand. That then brings us to the end of that particular subtopic. And if we could then go to paragraph 1.6 at page 17.
Sorry, you have said you know this or you know about this, but your knowledge all on its own or by itself will not assist. What exactly do you mean when you say you know?
Because, Commissioner, at the time, way back then, when all this was going on, the multiple attempts at trying to derail the investigation by IPID against Pahlani was going into the public domain and making these comments that Paul O'Sullivan was taking over IPID, which of course were false comments, absolutely false. Now you have this situation going on, and you have this parallel conduct in relation to Cedric and Kabindi. Let's just park Cedric and Kabindi to one side, because at the time this took place, Cedric and Kabindi, he went across to the other side. He left IPID and he went into the Pahlani camp. And he was recruited into the Pahlani camp by General Mkhwanazi. And he provided a sworn statement in a High Court case where General Pahlani launched an application to try and have the charges against him thrown out of court. And he failed. The court ruled against him. Now, that was Cedric and Kabindi that was making that sworn statement for General Pahlani. But he didn't say, by the way, I was recruited by General Mkhwanazi. But if you read this, Humbulani Kuba says that General Mkhwanazi tells him, listen, we've already got Cedric and Kabindi on board, and we've already got Madlanga Commission on board, but he said one of them hasn't signed. Well, at the time, we found out that it was Madlanga Commission who hadn't signed, and he refused to sign. Unfortunately, he was murdered because of it.
Do you have any idea, Mr. O'Sullivan, for what purpose this statement was made for the ad hoc committee? The short affidavit to which are attached the draft statements?
Yes, Commissioner, because I obtained this affidavit from Robert McBride. Because when this ad hoc committee was going on, you had certain parties going to the ad hoc committee and, for want of a better expression, blowing smoke up their backsides with all these false claims. And you had this situation where they called as witnesses people like Robert McBride, and they tried to impugn his character. And they did the same to me. They tried to impugn my character. But unbeknown to me, and I only found out afterwards, Robert McBride obtained this statement and tried to persuade the ad hoc committee to call Mr. Kuba as a witness, but they didn't. So that's my understanding as to how the statement was obtained.
Also, it was filed with the ad hoc committee at the instance of Mr. McBride.
That's my understanding.
But was the context there to say that General Mkhwanazi had allegedly committed unlawful prosecutable conduct? Was that the purpose for filing this statement, or was the purpose something else? Do you know?
My understanding, Commissioner, is that the ad hoc committee didn't obtain the statement. My understanding is that Robert McBride obtained the statement. And that when he obtained it, with all due respect, he didn't spend long enough cobbling it together. It could have contained a lot more detail. And this was a quick rush job that was done before his appearance at the ad hoc committee. If I was involved in doing it, it would have contained all the relevant data, but I wasn't involved, and I only found out about it later.
But what I'm saying is, I did not suggest that it was filed at the instance of the ad hoc committee, no. I'm saying, was it filed for the purpose of showing that General Mkhwanazi was allegedly guilty of unlawful prosecutable conduct?
That is correct.
Even if it was at the instance of Mr. McBride, was that the purpose?
My understanding, Commissioner, and I don't have the minutes of when Mr. McBride testified at the ad hoc commission, but his actual words were, "This is evidence of unlawful prosecutable conduct on the part of General Mkhwanazi." And perhaps one of the researchers can find the PMG minutes of the meeting where he states that, because that, in fact, is what he stated. When I heard it I didn't listen to him giving his evidence. I heard it later, and somebody pointed it out to me, and I said, "Can I get a copy of that statement?" And that's what I got. That's what I got.
And would this have been prosecutable conduct relating to General Patlane or yes?
That's what Robert McBride insinuated.
Wanted to, okay. All right, which I think, or rather in respect of which the statement does not seem to assist. No. And that's the point Commissioner Baloyi already took you through.
I agree with the Commissioner.
Yes, okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As I indicated, Mr. O'Sullivan, we're now at your page 17, and we start with the next subtopic, 1.6, General Mkhwanazi, Mr. Kistia, and the Louis Vuitton bags. You reference in this part of your statement Annexure R, which is to be found at page 334. That is the article. That is the newspaper article.
Uh-huh.
And just to confirm on this topic, this is all you rely on, this is all the evidence you have about these supposed gifts by Mr. Kistia.
Yes. So
then if you may just quickly deal with,
I'm mindful of the time we're spending, so I'll try and be as prompt as I can.
Yes.
And succinct as I can. I had knowledge of this allegation from whenever it was, 2022. And I didn't do anything about it because it's just a media article. But what happened was, after the July 2025 media conference of General Mkunazi, I started putting bits and pieces together. And one of the things I did was I instructed my attorneys in November 2026 to issue a subpoena to IDAC. And I've evidenced the subpoena as S1 and S2. S1 being the subpoena and S2 being the reply from IDAC. But the important thing for me is if you look at page 18, the reply to the subpoena sought to obtain evidence of these so-called Louis Vuitton bags. And the reply I got from IDAC to my lawyers was, quote unquote, these are criminal matters that remain active, and IDAC cannot share any of the information and or documentation requested in paragraphs 1 to 4 of the subpoena. That's all the evidence I have. So it's not a smoking gun. You've got a newspaper article, an attempt by me to validate the newspaper article by issuing a subpoena, and IDAC's response saying, this is a live investigation. I'm not giving you an answer to your subpoena. And commissioners, I'm saying, surely that gives the impression that there is something here. There's something going on with these Louis Vuitton bags.
Mr. Sullivan, can I ask you this question? In paragraph 1.6.2, you say this gentleman is alleged to have gifted. Do you know who makes these allegations? Do you know who the source of the allegations?
Say again, I didn't catch you.
Paragraph 1.6.2 on page 17 of your statement.
Yep.
The name of the gentleman is mentioned there. And
Mr.
you say,
Kistia.
yes, he's alleged to have gifted expensive
It's what's
bags.
in the article.
So you're relying on the article?
I'm relying on the article, and that's why I'm saying this is from the article. Mr. Kistia is alleged to have gifted these Louis Vuitton bags.
But you don't know who makes the allegations. You don't know who the source is.
Commissioner, if you look at the article, it doesn't give a name.
No, I'm
In
asking
fact-
you, Mr. O'Sullivan, forget about the article. I'm asking you sitting here
Yeah.
today. Do you know who makes the allegations or who is the source that makes the allegations?
My understanding, and I've put it here in my statement, is that it was Brigadier Russ, a female brigadier who went on the journey with them. And that's on page 18.
where he references annexures S1 and S2, Commissioner.
Yeah. So my understanding is that Brigadier Russ was also given a Louis Vuitton bag. But when she returned to South Africa, she handed it in because she said she didn't want it, because she knew that Inbanat and Kistia either was going to be charged or she knew that there was a corrupted relationship. Inbanat and Kistia is currently on trial with General Pashlani for corruption, involving vast sums of money, millions and millions.
I just wanted to make sure that you are not attributing to her things she did not say.
Yeah. Sorry?
Did she say that? Or is that what you assume she said?
I received information that she was on that trip and she handed the bag in. I've never spoken to her.
Okay.
Okay?
Sorry, Mr. O'Sullivan. I'm looking at what Commissioner Khumalo just referred you to in paragraph 1.6.2.
1 point?
Where Commissioner Khumalo just referred you to, 1.6.2, the part that says, however, I was able to later confirm the allegations from a source. It seems a female brigadier, that's the brigadier you referred to. I think you gave a name just now, or not?
Correct.
Yes. Was-
It's
was-
on the next page.
Yes, the brigadier was on the trip to Europe and also received a bag which she then handed to IDEC. I'm comparing that with what appears in the article that you say is your basis
That
for.
doesn't appear here.
Yeah, because at page 335, here's what the article says, the third paragraph at 335. I'm reading the last sentence. The two, that is General Masemula and General Mkwanazi.
So
Re-
which paragraph?
The third paragraph at page 335.
Yes, yes, yes.
I'm reading the second sentence, which is the last sentence of that paragraph. It says the two returned home with luxurious bags while their colleague, I assume the colleague is the brigadier, or not?
So, Commissioner, in my opinion, this story is possibly slightly wrong, because my understanding is that the person that was snubbed wasn't snubbed, but also got a Louis Vuitton bag and brought it back to South Africa and handed it in with a sworn statement.
Oh, so that part of the article is wrong.
Pardon?
So that part of the article is wrong.
Yes.
All right. I just wanted to check that because you
That's
basically.
my understanding,
Yeah.
Commissioner. Yeah.
Can I just clarify, from your response, the question and response by Commissioner Kumalo, and your reference to that Brigadier Russ, your statement, as it reads, does not say she reported General Masemula and Mkwanazi.
It
Is that
says on paragraph 1.6.2, Commissioner, it says, however, I was able to later confirm the allegations from a source.
Yes.
It seems a female brigadier was on the trip to Europe and also received the bag, which she then handed to IDAC.
Yes, but that doesn't say she reported the two generals that they received a bag.
Yeah, I could have said together with a sworn statement, but my understanding is there was also a sworn statement.
Is your evidence that the brigadier submitted a sworn statement in which she states?
My understanding, so.
Yeah, let me finish for the record. I do need to finish. My question is, and I just seek to clarify what you are saying. Is your evidence that Brigadier Russ, who you say also received a Louis Vuitton bag, she declared it to IDEC, or she reported it to IDEC, and she submitted a sworn statement? Are you saying in that sworn statement, she also states that the two generals, Masemula and Mkwanazi, also received Louis Vuitton bags? Is that what you're saying?
I wish I knew, Commissioner, but when I served the subpoena, this is what I sought clarity on.
Okay, so you haven't seen her statement?
No, I haven't seen it. If I'd seen it, you'd be seeing it now too.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't keep information from you. So to be crystal clear, this, you could say, is just pure hearsay. However, it would be hearsay if I'd have got a feedback from my subpoena that said, listen, I don't know what you're talking about, get lost. That's not what I got. What I
Yes.
got back was, these are criminal matters that remain active, and IDAC cannot share any of the information or documentation requested in paragraphs 1 to 4 of the subpoena. And
Yes.
that tells me there's something going on here. And what I also noticed, and I mentioned it in my statement, is that nowhere in the evidence that he gave, either at the ad hoc committee or at this committee, General Mkwanazi specifically state, by the way, for the record, I've never received a Louis Vuitton bag. Instead, he makes throwaway comments such as, at least my wife now knows what a Louis Vuitton bag is valued at.
Okay, I haven't seen his evidence in the ad hoc committee. He will come back, he will come back to us and he'll speak to that. I just needed to clarify what I thought I had understood your evidence to be. Thank you.
And your,
thank-
and your source about the brigadier, was that SAP's source or not? I'm not asking for a name.
Yes, it was a SAP source.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, Mr. O'Sullivan, if we go to, you make the point at paragraph 1.6.3 regarding IDEC's response to your subpoena.
Correct.
And you suggest that their response and the manner in which it's couched, as you quote there, is what gives either credence to an allegation that there's something, what did you say? They smoke.
Yes.
I think, yeah. But I accept that. I would like us to look at your annexure R. And that is the article at page 334. At page 334, the last paragraph on that page, the article reads, and I quote, "In a case that resembles that of former top cop Jackie Silebi over a decade ago, Masemola and another former National Commissioner Mkwanazi were last week slapped with subpoenas by the investigating Directorate ID to explain why they failed to declare Louis Vuitton handbags they received from controversial Durban businessman and sub-supplier in Banatan Kistia. Apologize if I mispronounced that. So that's what the article claims, that they were served with subpoenas. So would you accept, if the article is correct in that regard, IDEC's response would also be correct in saying that these are criminal matters that remain active in IDEC, if IDEC had issued a subpoena
Thank you.
conducting an investigation?
If you look at page 338
Yes,
of my evidence bundle,
yes.
it's that page of the subpoena. It's listing 4 items. 1, all ID/IDAC communications and/or subpoenas sent or served on Lieutenant General Mkhonasi and/or General Fani Masemola, asking them to. So this subpoena is based on that article. It's asking for this clarity. It's asking for any response received from IDAC. It's asking for a photograph certified as a photo of the Louis Vuitton bag currently in the evidence locker or evidence room of ID/IDAC. And finally, a certified copy of the sworn statement provided to ID/IDAC by the brigadier that attended on the overseas trip with General Mkhonasi and General Fani Masemola, in which she explains the receipt of the Louis Vuitton bag mentioned in 3 above. So the response tends to confirm inadvertently those issues.
But I'm not taking issue with that, I accept, and I say if we accept the correctness of the article, that IDEC issued subpoenas in respect of these bags,
It would appear to be
right?
the case.
Yes, and if we accept that that is potentially the case, then the response by IDEC has got to be appropriate, that these are part of ongoing investigations, and they are not in a position to share
Correct.
the requested information with you.
Correct, which is why I decided to raise it at the Commission.
And IDEC's response doesn't imply that the investigations have established as a fact. It simply mentions that the investigations are ongoing.
Correct.
Thank you. And you have testified to the fact that General Mkhwanazi's response is what you believe further lends credence to the claim, where you quote him as saying, "At least my wife now knows what a Louis Vuitton bag is valued at."
Mm-hmm.
And that's the sum total on which, that's all you can
The
put
point I
forward
was
at this
making,
point, yeah.
Commissioners, is that nowhere could I see him saying, by the way, for the record, I never received any Louis Vuitton bag. Instead, he gives this throwaway comment, "At least my wife now knows what a Louis Vuitton bag is worth."
Is there anything else on that subtopic that you would like us to?
Nothing at all.
Okay, then staying still at page 18, that leads us to the next subtopic at 1.7, General Mkhwanazi, political pressure, and Lieutenant General Mdluli. Now, this is quite an involved subtopic. You start at paragraph 1.7.2 by summarizing Annexure T, which is the affidavit at page 336, which is the affidavit. I think my numbering is, no, not 336, I'll find the correct page for you.
345.
345, page
Yeah.
345, thank you. Now, you summarize this affidavit in detail over the next couple of pages,
Over the next 4 pages.
over the next 4 pages, and you contrast that with the papers from the Freedom Under Law application
Yes.
that was launched
Yes.
to review and overturn General Mdluli's reinstatement following his suspension, correct?
Yes.
Can we try and summarize what the key issues arising from these two
Yes. And if I-
substantive documents are?
My
Can I-
summary,
Just a moment.
Sorry.
Can I ask that because you're going to summarize that we amend paragraph 1.7.2.11? So
Instead
on
of
page
2.2,
21, that
yes.
15 May should be 2012 and not 2021. 1.7.2.11 on page 21.
yes.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm there, yeah.
That 15 May date should be 2012, not 2021.
Yes.
Correct.
yes. Well
Thank
spotted.
you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. O'Sullivan.
Okay, thank you. First, I should thank the Commissioner. You know, this was typed very late at night. The essence of this can be found at paragraph 1.7.1.
If I may, I do beg your pardon.
Pardon?
I do beg your pardon for interrupting. Just to point out that your annexure T, that affidavit, General Mkhwanazi has already submitted before the commission when he testified in September. Then commissioners, for the record, is MK 22. So we have dealt with that affidavit before, and maybe in a slightly more cursory fashion. So it's not new to the commissioners, this affidavit.
Okay.
They've seen it before. Thanks.
So if I can take the Commissioners to page 18 of my statement, in particular paragraph 1.7.1. So in order to go forward, we have to go back a little bit. And what I'm saying here, if we go back to the media conference of the 6th of July, 2025, there were 2 central themes of General Mkhwanazi's press conference. The one was organized crime's infiltration of the criminal justice system, and the other was political interference in the police by the Minister of Police. Those were the 2 central themes, and I think that's common cause. I've dealt with, in some detail, the examples of infiltration of the underworld into the police and the effect that has had on the police. And I've said it wasn't new. And I'm making the point here by saying, nor was political interference in the SAPS new. The irony of the latter fact is that during his period as acting National Commissioner in 2012, General Mkhwanazi himself turned a blind eye to unlawful political interference relating to the then Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant General Richard Mdluli. In fact, General Mkhwanazi not only turned a blind eye, but he also acquiesced to patently unlawful instructions, then later helped to cover it up. And that may be considered a very serious allegation. But the evidence I will present will actually bear out this allegation, Commissioners. And first of all, we start with this paragraph 1.7.2, which rambles on. And what it is, it's an analysis of Annexure T. And Annexure T is the self-same affidavit presented by General Mkhwanazi to the State Capture Commission, and it's dated 29th of September 2020. Now, in that affidavit, he makes certain averments under oath. And what I've tried to do here is to capture those averments. In other words, to coin a phrase, explain what it is he was saying under oath. And I want, rather than read out every single one of those sub-paragraphs, I want to jump forward to page 20 of my affidavit and go to sub-paragraph 1.7.2.8. And the last 4 lines of that sub-paragraph states, quote, "Finally, under pressure from the Minister of Police at a meeting to which he called the Inspector General and General Mkhwanazi, the Inspector General," this would be the Inspector General of Intelligence, Commissioners, "the Inspector General reinstated the opinion and recommendation. I cannot think of a more blatant demonstration of unlawful executive overreach." It's me saying that. And then I go on to 1.7.2.9. At the meeting with Minister Mtetwa, and this is based on his affidavit, at the meeting with Minister Mtetwa and the Inspector General of Intelligence, the Minister instructed General Mkhwanazi to uplift the suspension of General Mdluli. General Mkhwanazi later claims to have informed Minister Mtetwa at the meeting that his instruction was illegal. Nevertheless, he acquiesced. General Mkhwanazi has always been deliberately vague about the dates and times of these meetings. Given the importance of same, there can be no legitimate reason for this vagueness. And then we continue on page 21. 1.7.2.10. Following the meeting with the Minister of Police and the unlawful reinstatement of the Inspector General's opinion, bearing in mind, according to his version of events, the Inspector General of Intelligence was like a straw in the wind, flip-flopping, 1 minute saying this and the next minute saying that, and then going back to the original. It says here, General Mkhwanazi uplifted the suspension of General Mdluli on the 27th of March 2012, and he returned to work, where he was also handed the additional responsibility of protecting the President and ministers. So this whole division in the police, called the Security Division of the Police, which is the VIP protection units, was now suddenly handed over to the head, the divisional head of crime intelligence, which is Richard Mdluli. And then, on the 15th of May 2012, thank you, Commissioner, for pointing out the 1 and 2 being the wrong way round, after the Freedom Under Law application was launched, new disciplinary proceedings were instituted against General Mdluli, and on the 25th of May 2012, General Mkhwanazi recanted his earlier decision and suspended General Mdluli again. Public pressure was building. At the start of June, General Mkhwanazi met with President Zuma and appears to have been pressurized to withdraw the new disciplinary proceedings against General Mdluli and his suspension. This is based on his version of events. At the meeting, it was agreed that General Mkhwanazi would not continue as acting National Commissioner beyond the few remaining weeks that were required to appoint a new National Commissioner, General Pieka, with zero policing experience, who, well, that's just my throwaway, was duly appointed on the 12th of June. So now suddenly, General Mkhwanazi, who's been the acting Commissioner of Police since the prior year in September, is now suddenly no longer the acting Commissioner of Police. And then I go on to page 22 at 1.7.3. I say, on its own terms, the narrative of General Mkhwanazi shows that he readily succumbed to political pressure and implemented the illegal instruction of the minister to uplift the suspension of General Mdluli, whilst all material times knowing that this instruction was illegal. How do we know, commissioners, that at all material times he knew the instruction was illegal? Because he says so under oath in 2020. But here's the best part. When he enacted this unlawful instruction in 2012, he was invited to Parliament, and on the 19th of April, he was asked at Parliament why he had uplifted the suspension of General Mdluli and put him back to work. And his answer was short and sweet. He said, I acted according to higher authority. And when he was asked what the higher authority was, he declined to say. On the 15th of May, when the Freedom of Under Law application was launched, there were two sections to it, a Part A for urgent relief and a Part B, which was a confirmatory of the urgent relief. And the urgent relief that Freedom Under Law requested, and I've got all the pleadings, the urgent relief that Freedom Under Law requested was that the decision of General Mkhwanazi was to be declared unlawful and invalid, and that General Mdluli was to be put back on suspension and removed from doing his police work. Now, that Part A application was launched on the 15th of June. It was an urgent application. General Mkhwanazi supplied the answering affidavit. And in the answering affidavit, he doesn't deny that he was acting on a higher authority. In fact, he keeps quiet about it. He keeps quiet about it for 8 years and only comes out with it in 2020. So from 2012 to 2020, nobody in the country knew that he had acted on the unlawful instruction of the then Minister of Police, Nathi Mthethwa. And that is the point I'm making here. So then I say at 1.7.4 on page 22, when regard is had to the facts of the Freedom Under Law application, General Mkhwanazi's collusion with the illegal interference of the Minister and the President is even more stark. The chronology of the Freedom Under Law matter is the following, and I set out the chronology. And at 1.7.5, I say the following. There are two noticeable aspects of General Mkhwanazi's conduct in relation to the Freedom Under Law litigation that show he assisted to cover up the executive interference in the SAPs, which he knew to be unlawful. 1.7.5.2. First, in the face of the founding affidavit from Freedom Under Law that specifically alleged executive interference in an attempt to pressurize him to withdraw the disciplinary action against General Mdluli and his suspension, General Mkhwanazi did not admit the relevant facts. Instead, he deposed to an affidavit which did not respond to the allegations, but nevertheless opposed, on spurious grounds, the urgent interdict sought to prevent General Mdluli from executing police functions. And this is found at page, the evidence here, Commissioners, I refer to paragraph 49 of the Supreme Court of Appeal judgment, and paragraph 211 of the High Court judgment. Now, if you go to page 437 of the evidence bundle, you will see that I have highlighted a number of paragraphs because it's quite a lengthy judgment. But if you look at page 437 at paragraph 211, this is now the full application. So what you had was a Part A and a Part B. And the Part A was heard by Justice Makgoba J. Expressed, and it says here, in paragraph 14 of the judgment in the Part A proceedings, Makgoba J expressed concern about the allegations of political interference in the disciplinary process and noted that Mkhwanazi had not disputed them in his answering affidavit. Now, if you go back to page, or go forward to page 469, which is in the Supreme Court of Appeal, page 469, at paragraph 49. This is now the Supreme Court of Appeal judgment. At paragraph 49, Commissioners, it states, as a factual basis for the challenge of these decisions, Freedom Under Law relied in its founding affidavit on a statement by the then acting Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, in Parliament that he was instructed by authorities, quote unquote, beyond him to withdraw disciplinary charges and reinstate Mdluli in his office. Freedom Under Law added that in doing so, Mkhwanazi had failed to make an independent decision, which rendered his actions reviewable. Though Mkhwanazi filed an answering affidavit in the interim interdict proceedings in Part A of the Notice of Motion, he did not deal with these allegations. So you had this situation where General Mkhwanazi is facing litigation based on his conduct to unlawfully act on the instructions of the Minister of Police. And what's the relevance of all this, you may ask? Well, his complaint on the 6th of July last year had two legs to it. One was criminal interference or penetration of the police, and the second leg was the executive overreach, the ministerial interference in the management of the police, which is exactly what happened in 2012, and he was a party to it, and not only was he a party to it, he helped cover it up for the better part of 8 years. And only in 2020 does he come out with it.
Yes. Mr. O'Sullivan, I'm just trying to understand the import of your evidence. Are you saying, because of what you describe as his past conduct, are you saying he should not have spoken up in July, he should not have complained about political interference?
Commissioner, what I'm saying is, you can't change history. He did what he did.
Yes.
But what he didn't do when he came to this commission, he didn't take the commission into his confidence and say, by the way, although I'm speaking out about it now, I just want to inform you that 14 years ago, I was engaged in just the same activity.
So is the criticism, I'm trying to understand, as I say, the import. What are we to do with this evidence that you obviously consider to be important to mention? Are you saying because according to you, he was complicit, and at this point, I'm not dealing with whether or not what you're saying he did previously is correct. I'm asking if you're criticizing, as I understand, and please correct me, if you're I understand you to be criticizing him for, on the 6th of July, mentioning or complaining about political overreach or political interference. I understand you to be criticizing him for that. And I'm trying to understand, are you saying, with that criticism, are you saying he should not have spoken as he did about this aspect of things? This second, you say there are two legs to it.
Well, it's hard to come to a informed answer there, other than to say that was I not to produce this evidence here now, this commission would be completely unaware of the fact that the conduct he's now complaining of was exactly the conduct that he was involved in some years back. And if you're going to be a whistleblower, as he claims to be, you should be a whistleblower with clean hands.
Yeah, exactly my confusion. That's why I'm asking you this question, exactly my confusion. Are you saying he is not a clean whistleblower, according to you, because
Correct.
he previously colluded in similar conduct? Therefore, he should not have spoken up. Is that the heart of what you're saying? And maybe let me suggest to you that I ask the question because it's quite conceivable that someone thinks about it this way. The man had a Damascus moment. He previously colluded, according to you, and then come July 2025, he decides not anymore, and he changes his mind. I'm asking from that perspective,
Yeah.
are you saying he should have kept quiet forever?
Yeah.
Or the other possibilities you're saying, well, because he's got this past conduct, we should disregard his complaint of 2025 and disregard it to the end that he's talking, sorry, I can't think of a better word, he's talking nonsense, there was no political interference in 2025. Is that the point you're making?
So my understanding, Commissioner, and you might have to interrogate me a bit further, but my understanding is quite simply this. If you're going to have a Damascus moment, put that down in writing. Say, look here, by the way, I'm speaking out now because I saw what happened all these years ago. And I was involved, but he didn't do that. He's kept quiet.
Yeah.
And therefore, I think it would have been better, rather than speak out at a media conference, to take action without drawing down the public confidence in the criminal justice system, because it's been shattering what's happened in the criminal justice system.
Okay, I guess I've asked my question and you've answered the way you did. I'll accept that's your best answer. The second issue about it, you've referred us to these judgments. And let's start with at 437, page 437, which is Makhoba J's judgment. Are you saying by not, because remember you've highlighted the part and you've read out where the judge says in his answering affidavit.
Sorry, ma'am, if I can just ask the paragraph number?
Looking at page 437?
Yeah,
And then-
437.
And then I'm looking, you referred to paragraph 211.
Uh-huh.
And you read there where the judge says, Mkhwanazi had not disputed, maybe let me start at the beginning. It says in paragraph 14 of his judgment, Makhoba J, well, I think this is the SCA judgment, in fact, you're referring to. Makhoba J expressed concern about the allegations of political interference in the disciplinary process and noted that Mkhwanazi had not disputed them in his answering affidavit. What are you saying there about the conduct of General Mkhwanazi?
What I'm
Yeah.
What I'm saying here, Commissioner, is it's not me saying it, it's the High Court. And it's a scathing judgment against, this is what's referred to as the Murphy judgment. And it's a scathing judgment against the police
Yes.
and against, in particular, General Pieka and General Mkhwanazi, against both of them. And this judgment hasn't seen the light of day for probably 10 years or more.
Yes. I'm asking the simple question because, you know, another construction, and I think in our practice that is accepted, is if you do not answer to a specific allegation, you have admitted it. So when I read 211, I would have concluded, until you spoke, I would have concluded, well, it means he didn't dispute it. He didn't dispute that there was political interference. But you seem to be reading that paragraph or to be attaching a meaning to it, that he basically was part of the cover-up, unless by not responding or not denying the allegation of ministerial interference, he therefore covered up, unless I misunderstand you, Mr. O'Sullivan?
Commissioner, you have to look at all the bits that I've highlighted and take them together. But if I go to page 438,
Yes.
at paragraph 215, 216, and 217, and 218.
Yes.
This is scathing. It says Mkhwanazi dropped the disciplinary charges on orders from above is furthermore borne out by the Rule 53 record filed on his behalf. The record he supplied comprises nothing more than 2 letters addressed to Ndluli, one notifying him of the withdrawal of the disciplinary charges against him and the other advising him of his reinstatement to work. It doesn't say to work. There's no charge sheet or correspondence dealing with blah, 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 and it goes on. And then 216, it says, the inescapable finding is that the decision of the acting commissioner to withdraw the disciplinary charges and to reinstate Ndluli as head of crime intelligence were taken in an attitude of subservience pursuant to an unlawful dictation from a person unknown,
Yes.
who was beyond the acting commissioner. By the way, at this stage, nobody would admit who it was that gave him the instruction. That only came 8 years later. He
Yes.
says, an abdication of power violates the principle that the responsibility for discretionary power rests with the authorized body and no one else. And it
Yes.
goes on to say at 218, to ensure the proper functioning of the SAPS, the Commissioner, in discharging his obligations under Section 11 of the SAPS Act, must protect and give effect to SLAP's discipline regulations. It's a scathing judgment. And the failure, it's not the judgment that's more important, Commissioners. What's more important to the people of this country is that this has been kept hidden. It's been kept under wraps. It should have been part of the evidence. He said, by the way, the reason I did what I did on the 6th of July is because 14 years ago, I was involved in exactly the same state of affairs, and I went along with it and covered it up for 8 years.
I guess, Mr. O'Sullivan, my question is, what difference does it make? Remember, we consider our terms of reference. And I don't know that we can take it any further, but really my question is, even if you are correct in your position that when he testified here, he should have confessed his previous sin of covering up, as you say.
Yes?
I'm still left with the question, okay, what difference does it make to, he has spoken up. We are investigating exactly that as a commission, whether indeed there's been political interference. Does it really make a difference that, and if so, what difference does it make to how we deal with that allegation of his, that when he sat there and testified, he didn't testify to his previous crime of colluding
Yes.
in the similar decision-making that he's now complaining about?
Well, except, Commissioner, it's my evidence that not only was he previously involved in that conduct, but for 8 years, he covered it up. For 8 whole years. And it only came out when he made his statement at the Zondo Commission. And when he made his statement at the Zondo Commission, he did not go into the nitty-gritty of what actually took place. He gave a version of events, and I obviously have no first-hand knowledge as to whether or not the then Minister of Police in 2024 or 2025 did engage in executive overreach. I have no knowledge of that. It's not something I've been involved in. But if a person is going to become a whistleblower, surely that whistleblower is going to say, by the way, the reason I'm whistleblowing is because I was involved in this conduct 14 years ago and I saw the effect of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. If I understand your summaries of both General Mkhwanazi's affidavit before the Zondo Commission and the Freedom Under Law application, that application was brought in 2 parts, the interim relief in Part A
Yep.
and the main relief, the review in
Yep.
Part B. General Mkhwanazi deposed to the affidavit in Part A, and I think you make the point in your statement that by the time Part B came around, General Pierre was deposing to that
Correct.
affidavit. So when you charge General Mkwanazi of failure to disclose, that he would be required to do in Part B, when by then he had already been transferred